My name's Nick Powers, and I'm the president and lead instructor of Warfighter Scuba. I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps from the years 2003 to 2007, with one combat deployment to Haditha, Iraq in 2006. Throughout my time overseas, I experienced a lot of situations that you wouldn't necessarily find yourself in the United States. IEDs, getting shot at, rocket attacks, mortar attacks, you name it, it happened. When I got out of the Marine Corps in 2007, I tried to adjust back to civilian life, and the whole time you're in, you just can't wait to get out. And when you get out, you start to realize, did you make the right decision? 9 times out of 10, most of the guys that get out, they immediately plummet into a depression cycle because you don't have that structure anymore that the military provides you. And this hit me super hard. We moved to one of the #1 top dive destinations in the entire world, and I figured I'd start getting back into scuba diving. And after our first couple dives, I realized how peaceful it was underwater and how none of my problems followed me. You're just there in the present moment. I had the idea for Warfighter Scuba, and I kind of hinted at it, and they said, "You go for it." And that's basically how Warfighter Scuba was born. So Warfighter Scuba is a nonprofit. We're a 501c3 nonprofit with the IRS. We bring combat wounded veterans down to the Caribbean to teach them scuba diving to treat their wounds. Whether their wounds are physical or mental, such as PTSD, scuba diving is a extremely therapeutic activity for mental stressors and for physical ailments. Mentally, as soon as you go underwater, your body just reacts. It's not normal. You're not meant to breathe underwater. Automatically puts you into the present moment. You have nothing but peace and calm. This ability to separate yourself from reality really allows veterans to find out what their trigger mechanism might be for their particular mental stressors. So every veteran who comes through our programs gets a 100% funded trip. Each veteran also receives a round-trip ticket from their home of record. That ticket will bring them straight into Roatan, and their entire week stay, their hotel, their meals, their snacks, everything's paid for. And so that veteran can get an entire week away from reality and completely separate from any kind of problems they might be facing at home. So each veteran receives very private and intimate training sessions when they come down to Roatan. We first start in the pool, we do some confined water skills, we'll then switch out to the open water dives. From that point on, it's not even training anymore, it's just fun. It's learning on a level that I don't think most people have experienced before. We do all the certifications for them that we can in a week at their pace, from open water to full face mask to nitrox. Every trip that we have, whether it's one veteran or 4 veterans at a time, we just have a blast. There's no bad karma. We've seen sharks, we've seen turtles. We've seen 4 eagle rays at once. Just the things that happen when we're in the water together are truly, they're just unbelievable. The dedication that these vets have now to scuba diving and to wanting to come back and to help other veterans experience what they've experienced, it hits me in the heart more than most things have ever hit me in my heart. It's truly an honor to take these heroes into the water. It's really cool to see the transformation that happens to them, from being, oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. I've gone snorkeling a few times, or I'm not that good of a swimmer. And the funny thing about scuba is none of that matters. You're completely weightless in the water. You could come down and have 0 experience in the water and be one of the better scuba divers out there. So as with all nonprofits, we rely solely on generous donors such as yourselves. None of these programs could exist without people who are willing to give some of their hard-earned money up to save veterans who might be struggling with everyday life and have that unfortunate thought of suicide. 100% of every dollar that's donated goes directly to the veterans. I personally, myself, I do not take any kind of money. All my time is donated. There's no salary to anybody who's on the board or any staff positions in Warfighter. Donations can be made on our website at www.warfighterscuba.org. And remember, every donation is 100% tax deductible.
Soldiers, sailors, airmen and women enlist in the armed forces for many reasons, including a sense of duty, patriotism, the adventure, travel, and adrenaline. Many continue their military service because they discover a brother and sisterhood, an identity, a team. When service members are injured or wounded and can no longer perform their military duties, they quickly find themselves removed from their team, no longer serving the purpose for which they trained.
I came back from Afghanistan in 2013, and it was kind of a trial and error of finding out, after the military, what's next in life.
Being forced to leave a military career filled with purpose and pride can be challenging. Some challenges may leave lasting scars. An illness, wound, or injury can make anyone question their worth and sense of belonging after military service.
35 years in the Army, and I needed something to transition into. And so from that transition came an idea, and the idea was this.
Even though a military career may be coming to an end, or already ended, recovery can occur in the most unexpected places with unforeseen opportunities. Recovery, whether physical or mental, has no defined beginning or ending. It may last a lifetime.
For me, one of the biggest surprises that I found out going through it was that it's not like the flu where, you get sick and then you get better. You're never cured. And that's so frustrating. It's so hard to tell someone that. And it's so easy to slip back. And every single time you have to find a new way to fight it, it's a different monster every time you battle it.
This can feel daunting to a warrior who is suddenly forced to leave everything they know, trust, and love, finding themselves at the beginning of an unknown and possibly frightening new journey. Welcome to the world of motorsports.
We're in the right place at the right time in our lives to be able to take these guys that are wounded and put them in front of people that can actually show them that there is a camaraderie, there's a brotherhood within the motorsports industry, that there is potential for career opportunities for them if they have the skill set.
Motorsports offers an opportunity to regain that sense of identity within a safe, fast-paced team environment, providing a renewed sense of purpose. It has many facets, all created by teams working together for success on the track. Like in the military, in motorsports the goal is in accomplishing the mission, winning as a team, collectively celebrating the successes and supporting teammates through the losses. Through motorsport opportunities, Operation Motorsport assists medically transitioning service members and veterans with discovering new ways of achieving a renewed sense of hope, purpose and pride.
Besides the basic brake changing, oil changing, tire rotation, I've actually learned how to assemble and disassemble some engine parts, change some axles, do some alignments and stuff. So give it a try. You never know. This was nothing that I expected. I did not expect to be fully suited, jumping over a wall while cars are going 100 and something miles an hour.
From motors to media, tires to tickets, and hot laps to hospitality. Operation Motorsport provides beneficiaries the chance to become immersed within professional motorsports and provides them with the opportunity to find out firsthand what captivates their imagination and interest. These opportunities provide an avenue of discovery within the motorsports immersion or diversionary therapy programs, all within the Excite, Engage and Empower recovery programs. Operation Motorsport also offers virtual engagements and recovery opportunities through an iRacing league engaging beneficiaries in a safe, competitive environment from the comfort and safety of their home. Meeting other like-minded people, service members and veterans on the virtual racetrack, opening the doors to Motorsport Academy programs that prepare beneficiaries for their first encounters at the racetrack, and possibly leading to a day when they can get behind the wheel.
A team environment's a perfect place for people like us to kind of get back into some kind of normalcy when you go through a lot when you get medically discharged. And it kind of sucks and you put through the ringer, but I feel like what Operation Motorsport's doing is just something that's just really valuable.
Operation Motorsport prides itself in keeping beneficiaries engaged after the race weekend, throughout their recovery and beyond, through our recovery programs, or as a member of the 22 pit crew. No matter the background or story, Operation Motorsport is always there to listen, provide a safe and comfortable space, and a trusted circle of confidence that is open and honest about what difficulties may lie ahead for those transitioning out of a military career. Operation Motorsport believes in the power of team, identity, and purpose.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Friday night. I'm feeling a bit under the weather, so we're going to give her a go tonight. A lot of crazy weather going on throughout the United States. Clayton and I were just talking about the Chili Bowl and the pill draw versus heat races. Kind of a touchy subject. We are at USA. We have not been at USA in Friday Night Lights, I don't think. Clayton, this track might be the difference maker. We might have some cars that we don't typically see at the front get a chance to finish at the front here at USA.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll just come off of the inability to pass. This track can be very one lane. I've never really seen the top be a thing at USA. I would assume maybe sprint cars can do it, but modifieds and late models, qualifying is going to be key, man. You're going to want every spot you can get, and qualifying is going to give you those spots if you earn them for sure. But I don't think we'll see much passing, but these guys will be hauling the mail into the corners, so it'll get tight quick, and if there's even a checkup towards the front of a field, we might see some big chain reactions. These guys are still going to have to be on their toes. Nice and wide straightaways. They'll have a lot of room to breathe, you could say, on the straights, but man, it'll tighten up quick in the corners, and the closing speeds here, even in a small block modified like we're seeing right now, it's still going to be incredibly fast. I don't even want to imagine how fast they'll be closing up on Danger in a 360 sprint later tonight.
Yeah, 100%. And haven't raced USA in a long time, but that corner 4 exit can create some excitement in the way of cautions, and that seems to be where most of the action goes down, is the exit of turn 4. We'll see how that plays out. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get the cars off the track, get the night underway. Roxanne Jones is with us from the East Coast. Callie's with us. TJ back out there. I hope you all are warm and well. Randy Carter is with us. Randy, welcome back. Let's get the show underway. All drivers clear the track. All drivers clear the track, please. All right, drivers, we won't go into too much detail. Just remember that initial starts are on green. Restarts are on leader. Leader gets to pick inside or outside. 99 car. Track is closed. 2 cautions in any race into your night in that division. You can race the other divisions. Call-outs have become an issue. We need to clean it up. Clayton and I have been talking. We'll have more to come on that. If you get caught calling somebody out on social media or anywhere, driver or staff of Friday Night Lights, you're looking at a pretty lengthy suspension. I won't go into much more detail than that. Intentional contact is never welcome at any time, no matter when. If you're on the track and it's Friday Night Lights and you do intentional contact, you're going to look at an extensive an extensive suspension. Don't forget to go to Discord for your interviews. We will go single file with 10 to go in the mods and pro late models. Clayton can also take it single file if we get into some caution issues early. Without further ado, that's all I got. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the drivers? All right, none heard. We'll advance to qualifying. Wish you the best of luck. So we advanced to qualifying. Clayton, we talked a little bit about call-outs on the race comms there with the drivers. All of our viewers out there, I got to tell you, a little disappointing. There's nothing more that we love than for folks to join in and cheer on their favorite driver, but we've had a rash of, even in our chat here, on the broadcast, of fans not being the kindest to drivers. I ask that you all just kind of take a breath. Know that these guys are out here. I believe in my heart we have some of the best drivers and some of the closest racing, which sometimes leads to incidents on the track. It's not costing anybody any money. No one is going to the hospital. It's all in fun. Yes, it is for to make the dash for cash. But I ask you out there as fans, keep the comments to cheering on your favorite driver. I love it. That's what we do all week. But we've starting to get into a gray area. So if you're out there, greatly appreciate you tuning in. If you could, let's tone down the comments a little bit, criticizing of other drivers, and keep it to cheering on your favorite driver. Speaking of, let's take a look. Brandon Templeton in the 31. Dirt Track Bank driver is first quick, 22.446 for Brandon. 2:38 of Anthony Marfulio's back with us. He's 22.556 on his first lap. Cale Smith, the CSC driver, he's second quick in that 1:15, 2:2466. Cale Smith, top of the board, 2:2444, pushes Templeton down. Anthony Morano, he winds up 22.468, third quick. Joseph Grandy is with us in that 5:18, 22.470 for Grandy. Logan Wentz in the 0:18, wrapping up his laps. Fifth quick for Wentz, 22.497. Anthony Marfulio, driver out of the Boston area, is out, getting it done in the 2:38. He's seventh quick, 22.556. Michael Carter moves up the board. Braden Carter moves up the board, 22.455 for Braden Carter, the youngster out of Virginia, third quick. His father, I saw Michael move up the board, 15 car. That's Michael Carter, 22.541, seventh quick. That moves Marfulio down to ninth. Kelly Wheeler in the 110 ride, 22.556, identical time to Marfulio. Jack Clevenger's back with us in that 78 ride. Braden Carter, top of the board. The youngster out of Virginia, 22.442. Looks like we're going to have a CSC 1-2 at the top of the board. That'll move Brandon Templeton down to third, Morano to fourth, and Joseph Grandy currently in fifth. 78 car. Jack Clevenger is still out on the track. Jason Haynes is with us from Canada. Send us a message here on Discord. 35 below zero. That is insanity going on. Heat one to the grid. Heat one to the grid, please. All right, drivers, you know the drill. Leader, I need you to 1.5 car length behind the pace truck. Everyone else, once you get the one to go, tighten it up. Half car length between yourself and the car in front of you. Initial start is on green. Restarts are on the leader. You got 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Braden Carter with tonight's quick time. Congratulations, $10 to your account, sir. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Braden Carter, Joseph Grandy on the front row, Anthony Marfulio, Jack Clevenger in row number 2. Anthony Vitale Jr., Kurt Schatzer in row number 3. Jesse Ingram, Sabrina Smith round out your field of 8 drivers. Roxanne and Randy Carter cheering on that 05 pole for the youngster. As the pace truck pulls off, we're getting ready to go green. Joey out there cheering on Jesse Ingram, I would imagine, in that 777.
Look at them all bounce into turn 1. Turn 1's already really rough.
The track is going to get super rough. Joseph Grandy pulls up on the outside on lap number 1. The youngster Braden Carter will come out of turn number 4 with the lead side by side. Grandy, Marfulio, Jack Clevenger are your top 4 currently. Kurt Schatzer is the first car on the outside looking in that 218 ride. We got your 6 Racing Network Dirt Track Bank entry. Pulls up to the 4th and final transfer position as Clevenger tries to battle back on that bottom side. Up front, Braden Carter getting it done. Joseph Grandy took a peek down low. Looks like they're going to get single file, but we have a few that are still trying that bottom, Clayton.
Yeah, Clevenger just looked like he couldn't get up with Jesse Ingram there on his outside. Looked like Jesse bounced up in the corner, got a little bit of a bobble, a little mistake there. And Clevenger able to file in behind the 21 of Vitale.
Now Vitale is the first car on the outside looking in. He drives a 358 modified in real life. Contact between Marfulio and Schatzer. They're both able to drive away, almost open the door for the 21 car, and it will. Vitale dives it down in as the caution comes out. Jesse Ingram involved.
Yeah, it looked like the 031 there. Sabrina Smith gonna get into him. Oh yeah, just a bump.
That's the 031 of Sabrina Smith out of the East Coast. No net code. Looks like that right front gets into the left rear of the 777. So, Joey, that didn't turn out well. Looks like the 777 will be heading to the back. Landon Smith out there cheering on Braden Carter. Landon, welcome to the show. 4 laps down. Carter, Grandy, Schatzer, Marfulio are your top 4.
Like
Big, long track. Did it keep them single file?
I believe so. Nobody made their choice, and we're going green off of 4.
Huh. Maybe I messed that up again.
It's all good. I'll double file it after this.
Pace truck is off. We are back underway. Braden Carter, Joey Gilkerson talking about racing at Antioch Speedway.
Oh,
We're due to
Schatzer bobbled bad into 1. Went from 3rd to 5th right now into 3.
And it is the 21 car of Vitale Jr., driver out of New York, that will pull up into the final transfer. Schatzer driving hard on the bottom, thought about 3 wide. Schatzer back after Marfulio. Schatzer wants that position back. They'll battle it out. Coming off of 4. We're going to take it 3 wide. Off of 2. Yeah, my apologies. Contact made. Can the 3 drivers get out of that? Schatzer backs out a little bit. That's going to bring Jack Clevenger into play. Up front, you're not missing much. Braden Carter with Joseph Grandy in tow on lap 7 of 8. All the action is going to be right here. Now Marfulio takes it 3 wide.
Yeah, the worst spot here. There he goes.
Around goes Marfulio.
Yeah, the worst spot who actually benefited from it was Kurt Schatzer in the middle, man. You got nowhere to go. You kind of just have to hold the middle and hope for the best. The guy on the top, obviously, he can go higher if he wants. Bottom can get lower. But Marfulio got a little too low there. So now 238's got a handful with only, I believe, 2 to go when we go green.
It will be 2 to go. Joey Gilkerson talking about Antioch Speedway, Joey. We're supposed to visit Antioch. Missed it last year in the dwarf car, but hopefully we'll be out that way this year. I have to look at our schedule. Don't know if Antioch is on it, but looking forward to getting back out that way. Two to go. Big long track. Takes about a day and a half to make one lap here. So drivers are driving the car for quite a while. Clayton, how big's this track? I can't remember.
It is
46 miles.
Yeah, it feels like it. 3/4 of a mile.
Race truck is up. We're back underway with 2 to go. Coming. It's still Schatzer. Jack Clevenger is in the 5th position. First car on the outside looking in. Schatzer and Anthony Vitale Jr. are going to battle it out. We're going to go side by side. Little bit of contact there.
Yeah, that's what you want to see for Clevenger too. Close right up to the back. Oh, Schatzer and Randy.
With 1 to go, no caution. Everyone's involved. It'll be Marfulio and Jesse Ingram getting in. Coming off of turn number 4, Carter with a win. Anthony Vitale Jr., Jesse Ingram, and Anthony Marfulio. Wow, that was an ending. Once the white flag comes out, cautions no longer are valid. So that was interesting there at the end. Heat 2 to the grid. Heat 2 to the grid, please.
We do still review them. So could have a feature penalty as we've seen before here.
All right, drivers, welcome to Heat 2. You guys know the drill. Big, long track. You got 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Cale Smith, Logan Wentz on the front row. Kelly Wheeler, Dylan DeWert in row number 2. Donald Ingram, Randy Shreves in row number 3. Jason Haynes and Brandon Aylesworth in row number 4. So CSC lining up for their second race starting from the pole. Got that 18 car that was outside. Logan Wentz. Again, I think USA could be the difference maker for some of these drivers that don't typically finish at the front necessarily. Track has a different configuration, kind of a different type of racing. Limaland last week was super enjoyable, but a little bit different. Big, long track. Cale Smith with Logan Wentz. Smith hits that berm on the inside, throws the 15's left side tires up in the air. Logan Wentz trying to capitalize in the 0-18. They'll go side by side. Kelly Wheeler and Dylan DeWert in the 20. Logan Wentz gets into the wall. Cale Smith gets pushed back on the outside looking in. He's got the 10 car of Donald Ingram. Like to thank Donald for his service in the United States Air Force. Also, Brandon Aylesworth in the 41. Like to thank him for his service in the United States Air Force. As always, Got Your Six Racing Network and Friday Night Lights was built to honor and give veterans out there that might be struggling a place to come out and run. You can check it out on our Facebook or our webpage, FNLRL. Read about us. You'll know what we're all about. Logan Wentz, Kelly Wheeler, Dylan DeWert, Donald Ingram holding it down in that 10 car. Now Cale Smith, he's digging on the bottom side. Took a peek underneath the 10. Go on board with Cale Smith, the driver out of South Dakota. Dives down underneath. Will he make a pass? Cale Smith, the 115 on the bottom. Ingram on the high side. They will go side by side. We got Logan Wentz getting shuffled. Kelly Wheeler will move up. Dylan DeWert in the 20 car. They're nose to tail at the front of the field. Logan Wentz will fall back to third. They're going to take it 3 wide into the corner. And behind them, Cale Smith is able to move back up into a transfer position. I'd like to thank Cale for his service in the United States Navy. Logan Wentz falls back to fourth. He is the last car to transfer. The 10 car, Georgia driver, Donald Ingram. He needs to get it done. He's the first car on the outside looking in. He'll take it. Thought about going side by side. Oh, the 20 car. Dylan DeWert threw it about as close as you could get to that wall on corner entry, and it sticks for the 20. FTM driver, Dylan DeWert at the front of the field. Cale Smith dove in low. Clayton, they're coming ever so close to that inside wall.
Yeah, I thought that was maybe a wheel hiccup or something for Dylan. I did not think that was planned, if I'm being honest, but man, he timed when to slide up perfectly, and Kelly had to check up. Brought the 115 of Cale Smith into the picture here, going into 3 for the last time. Logan going to slide. Looks like Cale worked his way back into a transfer here. P3 for the 115.
DeWert, Wheeler, Smith, and Wentz, your top 4 transfer drivers. Heat 3 of the grid. Heat 3 to the grid, please. All right, drivers, welcome to Heat 3. You got 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Brandon Templeton, Michael Carter on the front row. Sam Bachman, Caden Berry in row number 2. Clay Christopherson, Randall Dixon in 3. John Morano. We haven't seen John in quite a while. Sir, welcome back to the show. And James Ingram at the tail end of the field. Pretty good looking front few rows. You got this heat is stacked. Templeton, Carter, Bachman, and Berry, the top 4 cars. So those drivers behind them have some work to do if they want in the feature from here.
Yeah, we haven't seen we've seen the consistency from the 51 of Christopherson, but not so much the speed. I don't even know if he has a podium finish this year, but I know for sure that 51, man, he can flip that switch when he wants to. He could have a good run. Randall Dixon's been fast this season so far. So, man, we're gonna be seeing a pretty good fight for a transfer spot, for sure.
As we are underway, it's Carter and Brandon Templeton at the front of the field. Templeton down low, the driver out of Iowa. He'll come off a turn 2, side by side. Michael Carter pulls up a nose in front of the 31. Behind them, Caden Berry and Sam Bachman in the James Bond 007. And as Clayton alluded to, the 51 car, that's Clay Christopherson, FTM driver with a good head of steam. Brandon Templeton still battling on the inside. Clayton, it looks like that outside might be coming into play.
Yeah, and it's really the bumps just entering the turn 1, it really looks like. Turn 3 and 4, still kind of see a semi-similar drive off, but those bumps in the bottom of 1, man, they will absolutely kill the momentum as we see Templeton just kind of trapped down there right now. Look at the squeeze in between the 51 and the 12.
Car didn't rotate up there, almost made contact with the 51. Templeton will fall back to 4th. But he is still in a transfer. Up front, CSC driver, Michael Carter getting it done. The 12 car, the youngster out of New Hampshire, Caden Berry getting it done. He's in P2. Clay Christopherson moves up 2. Templeton drops back from the pole. He's back to P4. Sam Bachman is the first car on the outside looking in the 007. On lap 4 of 8, Templeton still trying to bottom. Tries to look underneath that 51 of Clay Christopherson. Can't make it work.
Bachman just put the I believe we're gonna have a caution. Yep.
Looks like the 007 doesn't have a tire left. Let's take a look.
Man, I was just about to say Bachman put down the fastest lap by a tenth that time.
That's Bachman there in the red car, pulling up behind the 31 of Brandon Templeton. Templeton dove down low. You can see the track is getting slick. Car just washes up into the 007. Not intentional, but man, that car looked like it just slid up. .31 will go to the back of the pack. That will move Randall Dixon up into the 4th and final transfer position. Again, John Morano is back with us, sir. Welcome back. Great to see you at the racetrack for sure. James Ingram, driver out of Georgia, is currently running 6th.
That's that Anthony Morano's father?
It is, yeah.
I raced with him quite a bit in the year of 23, man. Good guy.
Yeah, he had some medical issues and got away from the sim for a while. It's great to see him back at the track for sure.
Well, wouldn't that be something? A veteran come in here and swipe that last transfer spot from Randall Dixon.
Yeah, we might see it. They're going to be battling it out. That is the 033 of John Morano and the 011 of Randall Dixon.
Bachman and Templeton maybe sitting through their toe time.
Surprised you'd think they would have a quick repair.
Yeah, they could use the quick repair. Still got to wait for that towing time to get to pit road, though.
True enough. Yeah,
as the sim calculates. So sounds like one of them just fired up, possibly. I don't think. Here comes the 007. I don't think he'll be able to catch the back of the field, but oh, and the 31. Here they come.
Pace truck is off. We are back underway. It is lap 6 of 8. Michael Carter at the front of the field, followed by Caden Berry, Clay Christopherson, and Randall Dixon. And John Morano back there is the first car on the outside looking in the 033. Michael Carter now starting to pull away from Caden Berry.
Bachman and Templeton just hoping for a caution. This is the last lap. A caution can be thrown to get back into the fight here.
Michael Carter takes the white flag in the 15 car. The CSC driver at the front of the field. Caden Berry still in P2. Clay Christopherson, Randall Dixon are your 4 transfer drivers. Christopherson dives it down low. Can't make it happen. It's going to be Carter, Berry, Christopherson, and Dixon. Heat 4 to the grid. Heat 4 to the grid, please. All right, fellas. 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard. Race clean. Good luck. Anthony Morano, Michael Vitale on the front row. Chris Cox, Brandon Wright in row number 2. Travis Anderson, Billy Roberts in row number 3. Andrew Harley and Gavin Chatham in row number 4. Kind of a surprise visit from Chatham. We don't see him too often in 358s.
Yeah, and the surprising factor of that to me would be the qualifying time he put down, almost 4 seconds off the pace. So that's not a Gavin Chatham trait. So I would assume some kind of an issue in qualifying. He might put on a heck of a show here and go snag him a transfer.
Got to go on board with Anthony Morano as we do every week. As soon as I can get my controls to work here. Say good evening to Sherry as she rides on all of his cars. That's Sherry's name right there on the scoop of the 32. As we get ready to go green, here's Unlimited driver Michael Vitale. I'd like to thank him for his service in the United States Air Force. We got trouble. I didn't see what happened. Somebody got a little bit of sideways right at the beginning. Clayton brought out the yellow flag.
Yeah, the 330 of Travis Anderson, he looks like he appeared to blink out right before they dive into one. Comes back on the screen right across Michael Vitale's nose. Don't believe it's on my end. If you see him blink out as well, I'll go ahead with the penalty.
Let's take a look. That is the purple car. Didn't blink out. Clayton getting the field line back up. Yeah, apologize out there for the voice tonight.
Yeah, both of us. Excuse me.
Seeing negative 35 below. I think it was 37 out here in California this morning. How about frozen death? It's going to be a battle at the front of the field. Gavin Chatham has moved up into a transfer. He's going to beat and bang with the 22 of Brandon Wright up front. Chris Cox battling it out with Morano. It'll be Morano at the front of the field. Chris Cox in P2, Michael Vitale, and Brandon Wright now gets by Chatham. Now Gavin Chatham has the 99 car, the Gears Unlimited driver, Billy Roberts, battling it out with that 24 car. Anthony Morano holding off the Des Moines, Iowa driver of Chris Cox. Michael Vitale at Gears Unlimited 213 running in third. Gavin Chatham, he has gathered it back up, trying to get back underneath the icy number 22. He throws a slide job, and he's going to make it crossover coming from the 22. Brandon Wright will hold on to that position. Slides up, makes contact with the 24. 330 is flashing, kind of bad back there.
Yeah, if we see a yellow, he'll have to go to the back with the inconsistency like that.
Up front, Anthony Morano, Chris Cox, Michael Vitale, Gavin Chatham, your top four. The 22 car of Brandon Wright is not done yet. He wants that fourth and final transfer, makes contact with Billy Roberts. And now I'm watching Travis Anderson. That car is blinking in and out, real in a bad position, actually.
Billy Roberts gave Brandon Wright the chrome horn there to move him.
And that'll move the 22 to the rear of the field. He's been running super well, has Brandon Wright in that 22. 1 lap to go. Anthony Morano, Chris Cox, Michael Vitale, and Gavin Chatham, your top 4, looking at a transfer. Billy Roberts battling it out with Travis Anderson. That 330 car blinking in and out cannot be comfortable to be racing around. Morano, Cox, Vitale, Chatham, your top 4. Concy to the grid, please. All right, drivers. Got 15 laps to get it done. Not sure how many are moving on. I think 8. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. So 8 cars will transfer. On the front row, Sabrina Smith, Donald Ingram. Row 2, Morano and Roberts. Row 3, Clevenger and Shreves. Row 4 is Ingram and Travis Anderson. Row 5 is Kurt Schatzer, Jason Haynes. Sam Bachman and Andrew Harley in row number 6. Joseph Grandy, Brandon Aylesworth in row number 7. Brandon Templeton and Brandon Wright is in the 8th and final row. So 8 cars will transfer, I think, and 8 will go home. So you have to finish in the top group. As the pace truck makes its exit. Green flag is out. We are underway. We're looking
James
at.
Ingram gonna,
We got cars
James Ingram
everywhere.
Big pile up.
Kurt Schatzer is in the transfer. Line them up and do it again. Again, it was Kurt Schatzer when the caution came out. The 218 car, his final transfer. As the field tries to catch back up to the pace truck. Rhonda out there cheering on the 12 car. Caden raced his way in. Gale is out there. Randy Carter, Roxanne Jones, as always. Joey is with us. Tally Baldwin, South Dakota, watching the snow come down. TJ, thank you all for tuning in on a frigid night across the states. Clayton, I was talking to the guys from my race team about how I kind of miss snow. Brandon Templeton sent a picture and said they haven't had snow like this in Iowa since he was a youngster. They had 6 inches in not very long amount of time.
Yeah, we had snow our first winter up here in Virginia and loved every minute of it. Obviously, being a Floridian, it was pretty cool to see and wake up to. And driving in it is no fun, but now these last 2 winters, man, it's every time we have a 20-degree day, it's nothing but sunshine. We can't get blessed with a little bit more snow, but man, I see some places around with 10 plus feet, and I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have a snow thrower in my attic from being stationed in Montana and Missouri and Delaware. Still waiting to use that one of these days. Back to racing. Kurt Schatzer is currently the 8th and final transfer driver. I don't think you want to ride around in 8th. Sam Bachman in the 007 is the first car on the outside looking in. Jason Hines, where it's negative 35, so being on the sim is a good place for Jason as he moves up to P7. Schatzer trying to follow along with the 56 car of Randy Shreves. Up front, Sabrina Smith getting it done. Virginia driver Donald Ingram right on the inside of that 031. Billy Roberts, I was watching his times during practice. The 99 car driver out of Missouri put down some good laps in practice. So the 99, this track just might fit his style. John Morano is racing his way in that 033, currently in 4th. Jack Clevenger in the 78 is with us. Randy Shreves in the 56. He moves up 1. Kurt Schatzer now up to 7th. Jason Haynes in the 66. Oh, 07 hit some bumps, pushed that car to the outside. Those bumps are getting pretty serious in the corner, Clayton.
Yeah, absolutely. It just gets more and more rough each lap. Billy Roberts kind of capitalizing on it as we see a little bit of rough character coming to the track off of 4 now. Sabrina going to dive back in and cross him. Ooh, Billy with the crossover.
Billy Roberts at the front of the field. Sabrina Smith in the 030. Well, looks like Roberts may have gotten that wall on the inside. These guys are racing like it's the feature, and they're all in a transfer position. Brandon Wright in the icy number 22 is the first car on the outside looking in. Templeton in the 31 needs to get by. The 007 of Bachman needs to get by. And that might do it right there. Randy Shreves into the outside wall on lap 7 of 15. Let's take a look. Randy Shreves. Oh, there was a little bit of contact that's between Donald Ingram and Morano. Morano just comes up and gets into the side of the 56, then bounces down and gets into the side of the 218. Schatzer makes it through. Shreves, however, cannot.
Yeah, Ingram
Yikes.
gives him the bump here off of 2. Morano saves it, just trying to get back to the outside about halfway down the straightaway. Didn't realize Shreves had the run that he did around everybody, and yeah, up comes Morano there.
Billy Roberts at the front of the field, rolling through the grass, cool off his tires possibly.
Brandon Wright. Randy Shreves. Man, that's well, we were talking about it. If you were Brandon Wright, that's what you wanted to see. And then it happened in front of Brandon Wright, and he actually got involved in it. So, man, talk about highs and lows all within seconds of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Billy Roberts still at the front of the field. Supporter of Friday Night Lights is Gears Unlimited. Like to thank Billy for all of his support over the years. Billy Roberts will take the inside.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising with how top dominant we've seen. Boy, he's got to hope he can get Sabrina on a jump here on a good start. If not, we could see second place take the lead by the time we get off of 2 really easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Somehow Schatzer came out in 4th.
Templeton was in the back before that wreck happened. Look at him now in a 6th place spot.
Templeton's in 6th. Sam Bachman in the 007 is on the bubble for a transfer as the pace truck pulls up. Billy Roberts is on the hammer. The 99 car, he'll clear for turn number 1. Donald Ingram down low in the 10 car. Kurt Schatzer, I don't think you can take it 3 wide at this point if you're in a transfer, Clayton.
No, if I'm in a transfer, I'm riding. I don't care for a win as long as I'm in. I'd like to maybe be up in the top 4. I don't want to start dead last in the feature, but man, Randy Shreves right now in 9th wants anything he can have. Shreves is going to be hungry here with 6-7 to go.
Shreves has plenty of time in the 56. That is a battle for the transfer. 78 is in, 56 is not in. As Randy Shreves, that was caught up in that incident, able to get a quick repair. He'll pull up alongside. Shreves gets in front of the 78 momentarily. They will go side by side coming out of 4. You can see the cars jumping off the ground. Or turn 2, my apologies. It will be Shreves in a transfer. Shreves now sets his sights on the 66 of Haynes. Up front, Billy Roberts getting it done. Donald Ingram in P2, Kurt Schatzer P3. Let's turn it up, take a peek from trackside. Enjoy. And that's what it looks like trackside. Drivers out there driving hard, trying to get in that top 8. 8 will go on, 8 will go home.
Clevenger's right there. He's had to run the last 2 laps just a little too far back. Single file in front of him, man. Not a high chance for an incident here. Clevenger's got to go to work if he wants to get in this feature.
And here comes the 22 of Brandon Wright. He gets by Clevenger. Templeton hard into the inside wall on lap 15 of 15.
Uh-oh, that might be on Templeton too. Let's see here.
Take a peek. Templeton tries to dive down underneath that 31.
Oh, the 31's coming down, or the 031, I should say.
And catches Templeton. We will go green, white, checkers. Casey Wynn out there cheering on the CSC. There's a name I haven't heard.
And Sabrina Smith had quite a night going so far, man.
Billy Roberts will take us back to green. We will go green, white, checkers. Brandon Wright has moved up to a transfer, so the 22 is currently in. Everyone in front of the icy machine is currently in. Everyone behind the icy machine is currently out.
Templeton just...
As the green flag comes back out, Brandon Wright, he's got John Morano behind him in that 33 machine. Up front, Billy Roberts is doing what Billy Roberts should do, leading single file. Kurt Schatzer up to P3, Sam Bachman, Randy Shreves, Jason Haynes in the 66. Clevenger has raced his way in. Brandon Wright in the 22 is the final transfer driver. Is the 99 looking at his first win of the season? In the Consi, it will be Roberts, Ingram, Schatzer, Bachman, Shreves, Haynes, Clevenger, and Wright, your 8 transfer drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 3-minute break. We will be right back.
Our biggest thing is getting the word out, awareness of Mission 22, the struggle as it is to fight PTSD and suicide. My name's Corey Decker. I'm the state representative for Mission 22. This year's been great. We got a bunch of great guys that have gotten together and decided to create this rally. The word's getting out, and it's turned into quite an event where we can actually help a lot of veterans. It's a great event, but you really have to go and see it for yourself, and it's really one of those things that's an experience. Just going that weekend, we've seen how it changes people.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for your 30-lap feature. Feature to the grid, please. Got kind of all craziness going on my screen, so let's get rid of that. I don't know what the heck that is. Hide that. All right, gentlemen, 30 laps to get it done. You guys know the drill by now. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Braden Carter, Dylan DeWert on the front row. Michael Carter, Anthony Morano in row 2. Vitaly Jr. Wheeler in row number 3. Caden Berry, Chris Cox in row number 4. Ingram Smith in row number 5. Clay Christopherson, Michael Vitale in row number 6. Anthony Marfulio, Logan Wentz in row number 7. Randall Dixon, Gavin Chatham in row number 8. Billy Roberts, Donald Ingram in row number 9. Kurt Schatzer, Randy Shreves in row number 10. Sam Bachman, Jason Hines in row number 11. Jack Clevenger and Brandon Wright round out your field of 24 drivers.
DSC, front 2 rows on the inside. FTM, front 2 outside. Pace truck is off. Braden Carter taking the green flag. Everybody down the front stretch. Looks like Michael Carter possibly blinked out. Already lost the row into 1. 3 wide into turn 1 already. Cars bouncing all over the place. Anthony Morano with a run off of turn 2. Peeking to the outside of Vitali Jr. 2 distinct lines right now. Everybody hoping to possibly get single file on the outside, as that's what we saw in the heat races and preliminary C main, B main, whatever you have, what have you. Chris Cox and Cale Smith, a little contact. Big pile up in turn 1 and 2. Half the field involved in that one, as we got Gavin Chatham upside down, Clay Christopherson.
So that didn't take long, did it? Let's take a peek at what happened back there.
Take a look. Cale Smith just drives into the back of Chris Cox.
That's the 115 is Cale Smith, and the 0. Chris Cox checks up. Cale Smith does not. Cale Smith gets a little help from the 777, but that damage was done. 115 will head to the back.
Got 7 cars coming off of pit road.
Chief Wisen out there, back with us, Chief. Hope you made it through the storm down there or out there or back there, wherever in Florida. Hopefully you're able to be back out in your garage enjoying the race night. Braden Carter at the front of the field with DeWert, Vitali Jr., Morano, Kelly Wheeler, your top 5. TJ Hart cheering on the 12 car of Caden Berry, currently sitting in P7.
Yeah, Michael Carter, not the best start inside row 2. As soon as we went green, he disappeared. Dropped back 1 row. Caden Berry basically kind of drove through him as if he was a ghost car, and Michael Carter reappeared right behind him.
Anthony Vitali is with us out in New York, cheering on the Vitali brothers. That's Anthony Vitali Jr., Mike. Sir, thank you for joining us.
Let's try this again. Front 2 rows have changed a little bit. Vitali Jr. to the inside of row 2. FTM teammates on the outside, and we are green off of 4. 2 by 2 as we cross the stripe here. Who's going to make a move into 1? Who's going to get hungry quick? Vitali Jr. going to bump real hard into turn 1. 4 wide for about 5th. Michael Carter gets his nose cut off for 3rd on the backstretch. Looks like the 22 caution's going to come out for the 22 of Brandon Wright. Take a look. Oh. Yeah, Michael Vitali comes down, possibly thinking he was clear.
That's the 22. We'll head to pit road. Nick Berry. Nick, welcome. '22 will get back out on the track. Up front, 05, Braden Carter. Looks like USA is taking a little extra time, Clayton, to get done tonight. So it could be a extended night.
Dale Smith with a black flag for some reason.
So Braden Carter DeWert, Morano, Michael Carter, Vitali Jr., Wheeler, Clay Christopherson, Caden Berry, and Anthony Marfulio are your top 10.
Kind of a strange look there for the 12 of Caden Berry. I'm all for shakeups, add some spice to the league for sure, but that 12 car, man, has just gone backwards since the start of this race.
A lot of traffic. I didn't think it would be as racy as it is, Clayton. It's getting crowded on the big track.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of guys dive for the bottom into turn one and just hit the bumps, man, and wash up. And you're almost like a middle and outside too wide for everybody by the time they're coming off a two, at least for the start. Nobody can really get single filed out right now. Braden Carter is going to choose the outside here. Smart move by the youngster in the 5. We will try it one more time. I'd hate to go single file this soon, but 3 cautions in 2 laps is not a good look as we roll off of 4. They're going to stack up. Everybody able to save it. Cross the stripe and dive into 1. Dylan DeWert on the bottom, hits the bumps. 3 wide for the lead. Chris Cox in the wall, about mid-pack off the corner. 3 wide, Dixon, Vitali, and I believe Jack Clevenger. Everybody looking to just file in right now, maintain track position if they can, and hopefully save a little bit of tire, a little bit of drive and aggression for the end of the race. Braden Carter up front sets sail. Quickest time last time by over a 10th. Virginia local looking to pull away from Dad and everybody else behind.
Yeah, Braden Carter. Now Michael Carter moves up 1. You got father, son. Clayton, we talked to Michael Carter last week about a little bit of father-son bump and run. We didn't really get an answer of who was at fault or what actually happened. But will we see another Carter on Carter violence at the front of the field? Gavin Chatham involved.
Oh, yeah. Take a look. Donald Ingram on the outside. Donald comes down.
Braden Carter still at the front of the field. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, trying to give my voice a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I hope I'm doing good for you guys out there. Still new to me doing it all, but
get back to it here shortly. Braden Carter, Michael Carter, CSC back at the front of the field. Dylan DeWert, Anthony Morano in the 32. Anthony Vitali Jr. round out your top 5 on lap 6 of 30. Clay Christopherson, Kelly Wheeler, Caden Berry in 8th, Billy Roberts in 9th, Anthony Marfulio in 10th. Lights are off on the pace truck. We're getting ready to go back to green. Braden Carter will take us back. We will be single flag restarts from here on out, which should spread these cars out on this big track. Roxanne Jones out there cheering on the Carter boys at the front of the field. Nick Berry cheering on the 12 car for Caden Berry. Going green next time by. Pace truck is coming back out. Braden Carter got the field. Restart will be on the youngster out of Virginia. Getting ready to go back green on lap 6 of 30. It's going to be a long night. May have to go in and extend the practice times for the sprint cars. I hope not, but might.
Yeah, Miss Hack made a phenomenal dinner tonight too. I'd love to eat some before 11 o'clock tonight. These guys are gonna have to pull it together for my stomach's sake.
You know, and now I remember, maybe this is why we don't race on USA Speedway very
Good
often.
idea.
It takes forever. Getting ready to go back green. Pace truck, lights are off. Pace truck will exit. Braden Carter, Michael Carter, Dylan DeWert, Anthony Morano, Anthony Vitale Jr., your top 5. Pace truck is off. We are back under green. Braden Carter at the front of the field. Michael Carter, Dylan DeWert, Anthony Morano. At some point, these guys are going to have to get in line and ride. 12 car of Caden Berry with a 238 of Anthony Marfulio on his rear bumper. Kelly Wheeler in that 110 car with Billy Roberts hot on his tail. Go on board with the 99 Gears Unlimited driver, Billy Roberts. As he is falling in line, you're riding along with the 10th place car. You saw Anthony Marfulio duck his nose in. Marfulio running the bottom as we have seen him run time and time and time again. Up front, Braden Carter setting sail. Dylan DeWert now. He takes a peek underneath the 15 for P2. Can't quite get it done. Morano is in the mix. Your top, what do we got? Where's the first car out of line? It'll be the 007 of Sam Bachman in 10th is the first car to drop out of line.
Now the entire top 3 dive to the bottom that time into 1.
I think they see that 20 car coming, possibly, as he pulls up alongside Michael Carter. You can see the 15 car bounce through the corner there. Dylan DeWert got a good look underneath the 15 as Anthony Morano, Anthony Vitale Jr. in the 21. I don't see his paint scheme. All I see is kind of a standard red and black, so I don't know if my trading paints is working. Caden Berry, Kelly Wheeler, Billy Roberts still riding in 10th. Anthony Marfulio, Jesse Ingram.
Caden clipped the inside wall there off of 2. Lost all momentum that he had on the 51.
Jason Haynes, Chris Cox, Randy Shreves back in 18th, 19th, and 20th. Gavin Chatham is back out on track in the 24. Had a rough night, been on his lid twice. Cale Smith hasn't been able to rally in the 115. He's back in 24th position, so no cars out of the race yet. Up front, the youngster out of Virginia, 16-year-old Braden Carter getting it done, starting to put a little bit of gap between himself and his father in the 15, who is being hounded by that 20 car. Those two have been side by side, lap after lap after lap. The 20 takes a peek on the inside in that FTM. You got 2 FTM drivers running 3rd and 4th. So I'm sure they are communicating on the mic. There's a look at the 20, battling it out with that 15 car. You can see DeWert in the yellow and black machine gets right on that wall.
Yeah, and Michael Carter knows he's not faster than Dylan right now. A little bit of defense played in 3 and 4 at least, kind of holding Dylan down to the bottom so he can't pull off a slider. Watch right here as they dive into turn 3. You see Michael run middle to low and kind of block that slider line from Dylan and take it for himself. Yes, he's protecting second, but what he's failing to do is catch up to Carter in front of him. Is gonna play some more defense there off of 2. Got himself a little bit of room now. Maybe he can build up on this and run back down that 5 up front.
As you see, the 20 car, he falls back that lap. He kind of went to the high side that time by. Lost a little ground.
Dylan right back to it. Through the grass almost off of 2. Michael Carter going to get loose in the slick. Carter going to blink for just a second. Hopefully there he goes. He's back on track. And I tell you what, man, when them two separated, Anthony Morano got under Dylan and put the pressure on Dylan. So it's all or nothing right now for the 32 and the 21 of Vitaly himself there, having a great run for that 21. Haven't seen him up front much this season, but I do know he's fast when he wants to be, as he's going to clear Morano for 4th.
That is the 21 of Anthony Vitaly Jr.
$18 gonna hit pit road, I believe. Kurt Schatzer in the pits. Take a look if something happened because of that.
Caution comes out on lap 20 of 30.
No, they all saved it, and Schatzer just, spinning, coming to a stop to hit pit road there. A little bit of contact between him and I believe the 78 of Clevenger. Yeah, gonna get into Clevenger's left rear. Bennett, everybody saved it luckily, and then just slowing down to make pit road there. Tripped the caution, so that would be on the 18 of Schatzer, but he has disconnected.
So the 18 is out of the race. Everyone else has continued. It is Braden Carter, Michael Carter at the front of the field. We're on lap 20 of 30. We will not interview the winner of this race so we can make it to the Pro Late Model race. Braden Carter, Michael Carter, Dylan DeWert, Anthony Vitaly Jr., Anthony Morano. That is your top 5. Clay Christopherson looking at a solid finish. Sam Bachman is up 12 positions in the James Bond 007 ride. That is your biggest mover of the race so far. Good job by Sam. Pace truck will exit, leaving the field to Braden Carter, driver out of Virginia. He's got his dad right behind him in that 15 ride. This is where the battle has been between Michael Carter and Dylan DeWert in that 20 car. DeWert looks like he had a nose there in front of the 15. Carter with a good run off the high side. Looks like momentum in a 358 modified is super important.
Yeah, Dylan just can't get the drive off the bottom. You watch him off a 2 and the whole rear end's off the car from the bumps. He'll kind of get the drive center and then just, off the corner. That whole car's off the ground. And at that point, you're just along for the ride. There's no momentum building at that point.
Don't look now. Here comes Caden Berry. He has had kind of a solid night. He has moved up 1 in the first 23 laps. He is currently in 7th, side by side with Clay Christopherson. Berry will slide up, hits the bumps, throws the car a little bit sideways, kind of hard to judge. Braden Carter at the front of the field. It's starting to get a little bit tighter at the front of the field as Michael Carter and DeWert have caught Braden Carter. There on the high side, DeWert still running the bottom. Now he moves up about a half car length on lap 24 of 30. Good show. Anthony Vitale Jr., Anthony Morano still in 4th and 5th. Caden Berry, Clay Christopherson having a good battle. That battle is for 6th position. Kelly Wheeler, Sam Bachman is solid 9th. Anthony Marfulio in that 238 is back there. Michael Vitale in the 213 Gears Unlimited ride, riding along with Billy Roberts. Those two Gears Unlimited teammates are battling it out in the for 11th and 12th. Jack Clevenger in the 78, Jesse Ingram in the lucky 777, Logan Wentz, Randall Dixon, Chris Cox back there battling it out, 15th, 16th, and 17th. Randy Shreves battling out with Jason Haynes, the 66 and the 56. Gavin Chatham is trying to recover. He moved back up to P20. Brandon Wright not having the night that he wanted in the 22 machine. As you see Cale Smith go by on the bottom side in that 115 ride. Brandon Wright, Donald Ingram, and Kurt Schatzer is out of the race. Lap 28 of 30. Here we go.
Yeah, it's go town now for Dylan. Michael Carter's got to do something here. Watching Vitale Jr. just mow the grass into turn 1 through the grass every lap, and it's somehow sticking for that 21 ride.
Yeah, the first time he did that, kind of odd to see, but making it work.
Yeah, I don't think nothing made me raise out of my seat quite like Dylan's slider earlier, almost hitting the inside wall, but everybody back down there right now looking to almost clear Michael Carter, it seems. Braden not able to pull away, just nobody able to get around Michael.
15 car in P2, looking at a CSC 1-2, 1 to go. Braden Carter at the front of the field. Dylan DeWert in P2. 1 to go. It looks like we have some wrecked cars on the track with no caution can come out once the white flag comes out. Michael Carter, Dylan DeWert will battle it out to the line. Top 3 start-finish line, please. We will not have interviews, but I need you guys to pause at the start-finish line so I can get a photo. Everyone else, please get to the Pro Late Models as quickly as possible. We're going to start that pretty quick here. Again, we will not interview. All right, drivers, I can make that work. Please get to the Pro Late Model practice as quickly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a real brief break. When we come back, as you heard, we will be with the Pro Late Models. So we'll be right back.
History repeats itself. History is always happening over and over again. So one of the ways to stop a theme, one of the ways to stop something from reoccurring is to first of all admit it. It didn't take long for us to quickly realize that there was power behind Mission 22, power behind its brand, power behind its message, and power behind its people that represented it.
All right, my friends, day 19 of 22, the 22-day push-up challenge. Day 19 means 418 men and women have possibly committed suicide in the last 19 days. I went and looked up my ship, the USS Rushmore. More people who have killed themselves by now than ever served on our ship at one time in just 19 days.
19, 20, 21. One more. Y'all ready for the last one?
Mission 22 has become a decentralized nationwide effort to show love, to raise money, to be available for other warriors, to be able to be a point of contact, to let the warriors know, but also for warriors to let other warriors know that there is a community. You're not alone. This isn't happening in silence. You're not forgotten. You know, we brought 4 veterans from all different parts of the United States and brought them together to hike through the state of Oregon.
May God bless you on your journey. Thank you for serving our country and for being willing to go on this walk. I'm praying you feel peace and strength with each mile.
You know, on this hike, some folks found God, some folks remained sober, some folks lost a significant amount of weight to be able to participate. And not so much just a healing walk for us as warriors, but for us to contribute to other people's healing. You know, this hike, we raised $12,000 for endobiogeny. Some of the folks on this hike, you know, they're going to be volunteers for this treatment. And I couldn't be more pleased and more proud because it was difficult. We had a lot of struggles. Not everything on this hike went pretty, you know, but we put some skin in the game. At the end of the day, we were able to raise money and we'll be able to use that money so guys can get the treatment that they need. The War at Home Monument is an example of our social impact, of our awareness, of our permanent fixture to do the work that we can't always do, to always remind us of what we've lost and what we will lose if we don't reconcile it. What we've done is taken 20 different veterans with their families' permission and used them as a silhouette to cut out of a 3,000-pound plate of steel.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, the iRacing actually transferred to qualifying for us. So we're going qualifying due to a late restart. Clayton, I don't know if I can extend the... Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a quick break. See if I can extend the sprint car practice session. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
History repeats itself. History is always happening over and over again. So one of the ways to stop a theme, one of the ways to stop something from reoccurring is to first of all admit it. It didn't take long for us to quickly realize that there was power behind Mission 22, power behind its brand, power behind its message, and power behind its people that represented it.
All right, my friends, day 19 of 22, the 22-day push-up challenge. Day 19 means 418 men and women have possibly committed suicide in the last 19 days. I went and looked up my ship, the USS Rushmore. More people who have killed themselves by now than ever served on our ship at one time in just 19 days.
19, 20, 21. One more. Y'all ready for the last one?
You know, Mission 22 has become a decentralized nationwide effort to show love, to raise money, to be available for other warriors, to be able to be a point of contact, to let the warriors know, but also for warriors to let other warriors know that there is a community. You're not alone. This isn't happening in silence. You're not forgotten. You know, we brought 4 veterans from all different parts of the United States and brought them together to hike through the state of Oregon.
May God bless you on your journey. Thank you for serving our country and for being willing to go on this walk. I'm praying you feel peace and strength with each mile.
You know, on this hike, some folks found God, some folks remained sober, some folks lost a significant amount of weight to be able to participate. And not so much just a healing walk for us as warriors, but for us to contribute to other people's healing. You know, this hike, we raised $12,000 for endobiogeny. Some of the folks on this hike, you know, they're going to be volunteers for this treatment. And I couldn't be more pleased and more proud because it was difficult. We had a lot of struggles. Not everything on this hike went pretty, you know, but we put some skin in the game. At the end of the day, we were able to raise money and we'll be able to use that money so guys can get the treatment that they need. The War at Home Monument is an example of our social impact, of our awareness, of our permanent fixture.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. Had to jump over and extend the sprint car practice so we didn't have this same problem. Heat 1 is on the grid. Braden Carter with your quick time. Pace truck is off. 8 laps to get it done. We are underway. Braden Carter dialing to work on the front row. Jesse Ingram and Andrew Harley in the Marines ride in row number 2. Jesse Ingram in the Lucky 777 is currently the 4th and final transfer driver as they are pulling away from the rest of the field. Billy Roberts and Anthony Vitale Jr. are going to do a little bit of beating and banging. Billy Roberts, Chris Cox into 515. Anthony Vitale Jr. into the outside wall. Meanwhile, up front, the 05, the youngster out of Virginia. He's picking right up where he left off in the 358s. Dylan DeWert's got a little bit of damage on the front of that ride. Jesse Ingram, Andrew Harley in the military tribute ride. Good looking ride. Thank you for supporting our military folks. Billy Roberts and Chris Cox going at it on lap 3 of 8. Sorry about the mix-up. The first race went so long that we actually went past qualifying for the Pro Late Models. That has not happened before. Welcome to the Randy Carter Painting Pro Late Models at USA. Braden Carter is starting to pull away from the field as the battle looks like it's going to be for that 4th position, or the 3rd position actually, as Andrew Harley is going to battle it out with the 777 of Jesse Ingram. Chris Cox falling back. He's battling it out with Billy Roberts. And now he's trying to move up to Cale Smith. Cox is up 4 from the start. It looks like maybe these cars are a little more suited for USA, Clayton. They seem to be more stable.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Hopefully,
of course, we don't have bumps.
Yeah, I was just about to say, hopefully the bumps don't roll in like we saw in modifieds, but I can tell you the 20's front end damage, man, at a track this big, that's got to be like a parachute, not helping that 20 move forward one bit. He's lucky the 777 or the 43 of Harley behind him don't have anything for him, or he could see himself back even further.
That is a look at that front end. You can see the left front there banged up a little bit. That spoiler's not down on the ground on the left side. Andrew Harley in the 43 car is in the final transfer position as the 77 of Ingram. He gets down in there. Harley's going to make a move. 4P3. Carter, DeWert, Harley, Ingram, your top 4. Heat 2 to the grid. Heat 2 to the grid, please. All right, drivers, welcome to heat number 2. Hopefully we got everything worked out. We got the practice time for the sprint cars extended. You got 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. So you got a CSC front row in heat number 2. Michael Carter, Cale Smith. Row 2 is Donald Ingram, Kelly Wheeler. Logan Wentz, Randall Dixon in row 3. Gavin Chatham, Jason Haynes in row number 4. And Jack Clevenger rounds out your field of 9 drivers. Clayton, through all of the craziness, I didn't even see how many cars we had in the event.
I did not either. I'll have to take a look at it.
CSC back at the front. Donald Ingram right behind that 15 car of Michael Carter. Michael is going late model racing in real life this year. Pretty excited for the family in that endeavor. Kind of interested to see how that plays out. See if they stick the youngster in the stock car. So that's a question for Randy Carter. Lights are off on the pace truck. Pace laps take forever at USA. This might be our last visit to the big track.
I vote yes. I forgot to go 1 to green before it was too late.
Michael Carter looking for that green flag. The green flag is out. We are underway in heat number 2. Carter and Cale Smith. Looks like Kelly Wheeler made a little bit of contact with the 1-1-0 of Kelly Wheeler and Donald Ingram. This looked like where that contact came from. Jason Haynes pulling up to the rear bumper of Randall Dixon in that orange number 011 machine. Gavin Chatham in the 24 giving it a ride. Looks like Haynes' front end is tore up. Haynes got into something. As Clayton said, the big track like this, you don't want to have that damage. He gets into that wall once again. That is the front end of the 66, the driver out of Canada. That car right now has to be an absolute handful. Although he makes the pass back on Chatham.
Yeah, with negative 35 degrees, it might be a little cold in the house. His hands might be a little numb.
A little cold up there.
Yeah, might be struggling to feel that wheel right now, man. That's crazy to be. Isn't that something though? You'd never be at a racetrack at negative 35, but you can jump on here and let her rip all night long if you want.
You know, that's the truth. Yeah, we were talking about all of our practice days being canceled for rain, but the sim rig's up here nice and warm. You drive that whenever you want. They said it's a high of 8 degrees on Saturday for the Chiefs and Dolphins game.
Yep.
Expecting 30-degree wind chills.
Crazy.
Michael Carter, Cale Smith, Kelly Wheeler, Donald Ingram. Donald Ingram has a little bit of company. That is the 011 of Randall Dixon. Dixon, it pulls up onto the rear bumper of one of our veteran drivers. That is Donald Ingram. Prior Air Force member. That is for a transfer right there. Oh, good run. Holy smokes, Dixon. We're going to have to watch the front of Dixon here. Coming off of the turn number 4, I believe. We're on the nose of Randall Dixon. He is on the outside looking in. Dixon pulls up to the rear bumper of the 10. Not quite as bad. White flag is out for Michael Carter and Cale Smith at the front of the field. CSC, wide open track. It will be Michael Carter unless a disaster happens. Cale Smith running a comfortable second away from the field. Kelly Wheeler, Donald Ingram, they will finish in that order. Carter, Smith, Wheeler, Ingram, your top 4. Heat 3 of the grid. Heat 3 to the grid, please. All right, drivers, you got 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck, Anthony Morano, Sabrina Smith on the front row. Caden Berry, Randy Shreves in row number 2. Luke Hines, Michael Vitale in row number 3. Joseph Grandy, Sam Bachman in row number 4. Anthony Marfulio rounds out your full field of 9 drivers. Nick Berry sending us a message, negative 35. No problem. Sprint cars on ice. I think I saw a video of Nick running a sprint car on ice, actually. Pretty interesting deal. The hell do you wear when you're driving one? That suit, what a snowmobile suit, I guess, huh? Anthony Morano, Sabrina Smith on the front row. The youngster, Caden Berry, Randy Shreves in row number 2. Pace truck will exit this time by. Green flag is out. We are underway. Anthony Morano took us to the green flag. Rhonda out there cheering on Caden Berry. Roxanne cheering on the CSC boys in the last race. Randy Carter also congratulating the CSC crew for the 1-2 finish. Caden Berry's putting a little bit of pressure on that 32 car of Murano. Caden Berry wants the front of the field. Sabrina Smith, Luke Hines currently in the fourth and final transfer position as Joseph Grandy gets into the wall. Right there, Grandy gets a little bit loose, gets into that inside wall.
Yeah, Vitale didn't. More than likely, that's not a Michael Vitale move. Excuse me. Used to run quite a bit with Michael, just not aware. Joseph Grandy to his inside there, come down and bump him, and man, once you hit the wall, especially at a late model, man, it's a heck of a ride. Grandy unfortunately disconnects from it. Tough break recently for the 518 the last few weeks.
Yeah, I saw him racing in a big race somewhere recently on Facebook. I can't remember where it was. 518 looked pretty good. Lights are off on the pace truck. It will be Murano and Sabrina Smith that will take us to the just had a visit in the booth from my beautiful bride of 36 years, I think. If I get that wrong, good thing she doesn't watch. Caden Berry, Luke Hines. There are your 4 transfer drivers. Anthony, watch out for Marfulio. He's rolling the bottom in that 238, as he always does. He's trying to get up in that mix. Up front, Caden Berry is giving Murano all that he wants. The youngster out of New Hampshire. He's moved up 1. This is where the action is going to be, right here. You got Luke Hines, Sabrina Smith, and Anthony Marfulio. Hines pushes Smith. Caden Berry battling it out with Anthony Murano at the front. Sabrina Smith falls back. Anthony Marfulio hits the bump. That pushes the front of that 238 car out where he didn't want to be. Randy Shreve starting to take a peek up into that top 4. Anthony Marfulio, he had to pass for the 4th and final transfer. Hits that bump hard. That kicks that car to the outside, Clayton.
Yeah, he kind of gets lucky. Sabrina Smith in the loose dirt off the corner lost all his momentum. Marfulio back into the P4 final transfer spot.
And
hopefully
we got one to go.
Yeah, hopefully Marfulio can miss the bump right here. He should be fine for the last transfer.
Caden Berry wants the win. Coming off of the corner, the 12 and the 32 side by side. 2 more corners to battle. Berry getting it done on the bottom. Will Murano crossover. He won't. He'll get into the wall. Berry waits till the last lap. The youngster out of Virginia for the win. Berry, Murano, Hines, and Marfulio. What a great run. Consi to the grid. All right, drivers, welcome to Consi. We got 15 laps to get it done. Not sure how many are moving on. Maybe Clayton can help us with that.
12.
12 of you moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Clay Christopherson, Randall Dixon on the front row. Sabrina Smith, Chris Cox in row 2. Hines Shreves in 3. Roberts, Clevenger in 4. Bachman, Ingram in 5. Chatham, Vitale in 6. Vitale Jr., Logan Wentz in 7. Joseph Grandy rounds out your field of 15 drivers. 10 moving on. 5 heading home. How blessed are we, Clayton? We got cars driving to stay on the track. When we first started the league, we were lucky to have 10 cars a night sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one thing to fill a field with, you know, just subpar, but man, there's a ton of speed from the front to the final transfer of a Consi. There's speed everywhere in these races you put on now.
Yeah, you know, we have drivers with 700 I ratings all the way up to well over 7,000, which is, I've been told it cannot work, it will not work, but it seems to work the majority of the time. Clay Christopherson with a great start. Again, we are transferring 12. Michael Vitale in the 213 is that 12th driver, now 11th. His brother, the 21 car, Anthony Vitale Jr., is going to follow the 213. Logan Wentz is the first. Oh, big wreck off of turn number 4. So that'll shuffle the board.
Oh, that's not how Chris Cox's Consi wanted to go.
Chris Cox on the outside, Sabrina Smith down low. Smith sends it, gets into the inside wall. Chris
Yeah, he saves it, and as they're driving off the corner,
Cox gets into the rear end of the 031. Billy Roberts involved, Jason Haynes involved, Gavin Chatham's night continues. Clay Christopherson getting it done at the front of the field. Gale out there cheering on, congratulating that 12 car. Nick Berry cheering on the youngster out of New Hampshire. Tally Baldwin cheering on the CSC guys. Rhonda, TJ Hart is with us. Landon Smith is with us. Tally Baldwin, Randy Carter, another great group of viewers. As always, again, greatly appreciate everyone tuning in. Along with the 10 drivers, Clayton and I had maybe 3 viewers back in the day. So, yeah, we do this for the fans and for the drivers. Greatly appreciate everyone tuning in on a Friday night. We know you have options, but greatly appreciate you spending your Fridays with us. Clayton, we only have 5 races remaining till we go on an extended break until next October.
yeah, I'm gonna miss it for sure, man. It's the best time of the year. 1, Santa Claus comes for the kiddos, and 2, Friday Night Lights.
Clay Christopherson. Oh, Chief out there. Now I guess the garage is full in Florida. Holy smokes. Clay Christopherson gets a jump on the field. Randy Shreves in P2. All restarts are on the leader. Why was that on green, Clayton?
We did not complete 1 lap.
Oh, okay. As we get the field, as you heard, all restarts are on the leader. However, if we don't complete a lap, then it is on green. And we will get the field back in line. Chief Wisen out in Florida. Hope the storm didn't affect you where you're at. Roxanne Jones commenting, ma'am, that we love bringing it to you every Friday. Our dwarf car schedule came out. We got 2 races with the High Limit as a companion series with the High Limit guys. 1 race with the World of Outlaws. So my 8 o'clock bedtime here real soon gets extended. Last year being our first year. And I think that's what I found most difficult to get used to is staying up past 8 o'clock. As Clayton is trying to get the field line back up. Again, all of tonight's action brought to you by the Dirt Track Bank. And they are also footing the bill for the $1,000 Dash for Cash. If you can leave them feedback, wherever you can leave them feedback, be greatly appreciated. Jay Burdick, the CEO of the bank, is a super good guy. Let them know you appreciate what they do for your drivers. As this is 100% put on by, well, not 100%, but majority of it brought to you by the Dirt Track Bank. Dirt Track Bank actually had a Wild West Shootout heat race that they sponsored. Jay had an interview not too long ago about going out to the Wild West. So they sponsored one of the Wild West heats. They have a couple of late model series back in Iowa, Missouri area that they sponsor. So greatly appreciate it coming on board for online racing for sure. Oh, yikes. The 0-1-1 of Randall Dixon gets into the back of the 56. That did not last long. So 12 transfer. Randy Shreves parks it, or is in pit road. Sam Bachman is in pit road. Driver out of Georgia, James Ingram. Clayton's got his pencil and his eraser out, trying to get the field line back up, having a little bit of tough go getting the Consi going here tonight. Lights are off on the pace truck. We're going to try it again. We're all single file for the rest of the Consi. Clayton probably wore out a pencil and an eraser or a keyboard for that modern times, I guess.
Yeah, I just ordered a replacement mouse. All the order shuffling I've been doing.
Pace truck is off, leaving the field to Clay Christopherson. Restart is on green. The flag is out. We are back underway. Christopherson, Clevenger, Ingram, Chatham, Vitali, Ingram, Logan Witt. Oh!
And
Ingram, boy. Let's take a look. James Ingram in that 40 machine. Looks like he gets super loose and slows down. Not enough time for Sabrina Smith to check up. Gets into the back of the 40. Looks like the 40 had slowed way down. Let's look here. Gets in the slick, and then he backs off the throttle right there. Nowhere for the 031 to go. So we'll line them up and try it again. Clayton's still working the working at the mouse that he's wearing out. Matter of fact, James Ingram, man, that car is hurt. He's got no left fender on the front end. From fourth on back, the 40 car is pretty damaged. Use caution from fourth on back. Gavin Chatham on back. It'll be Clay Christopherson trying to get us going once again. Having a little bit of problems here with the Consi. Gavin Chatham in the 24, the 40 car. Michael Vitale gets by. Next by is Haynes. The 40 car drives down low, gets into Haynes. And I think that's the second caution brought out by that 40 machine, Clayton. I think. I'm not sure. Again, tonight's Pro Late Models brought to you by Randy Carter Painting out in Virginia. I'd like to thank Randy. It's his first year on board as a supporter of Friday Night Lights, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Looks like James gonna hit pit road.
Gail Smith giving us a suggestion that we should tell him that the 40 car is damaged, which we did. So 40 car is on pit road. All restarts will be single file. So it looks like we currently have 15 cars still in the field. 3 will go home. Sabrina Smith into the outside wall. If he stops, that'll bring out the caution. It looks like he's going to try to make it to pit road and can't. Caution comes out. Billy Roberts has exited. Joseph Grandy So I got to tell you guys, my apologies. There's a reason why USA has never been on our schedule, and I'm getting a real strong reminder why that is. Sorry, drivers. Christopherson, Clevenger, Chatham, Vitale. We still have 360 sprint cars coming up. We also have the main event for the Pro Late Models. We are back under green. Christopherson, Clevenger, Chatham, Vitale, Wentz, Cox, Bachman, Shreves, Dixon, Haynes, Vitale Jr., and James Ingram. So the only cars left on the track are the 12 that will transfer. So everyone left on the track will transfer. Clay Christopherson at the front of the field. Chatham, Clevenger, Michael Vitale, Chris Cox, Logan Wentz, Randall Dixon back there in 9th. Biggest mover is Gavin Chatham. He's up to P2. He's up 9 positions. Michael Vitale is up 8 positions, now 7 as the 5:15 goes by. We set a 2-hour practice limit for the 360 sprint cars. Clayton, I hope that's enough.
Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers here.
Clay Christopherson at the front of the field on lap 12 of 15. All drivers left in the race will transfer. James Ingram in that 40 car got his quick repair back out on track. Anthony Vitale Jr. in the 21 battling a damaged race car, but he will transfer to the feature. Jason Haynes a little bit damaged in the 66. Randall Dixon in the 011 looking good. Sam Bachman in the James Bond 007. Randy Shreves is back up to 7th. Logan Wentz, Michael Vitale. Coming to the white flag, the 51 of Clay Christopherson. The white flag is out. Chatham in P2. Chris Cox in Clevenger in 3. Cox in P4. It will be Clay Christopherson that will take us to the checkered flag to finally end the 15-lap Consi. All drivers heading to the feature. position as the 40 card gets by the line. All right, drivers, 3 minutes of warm-up. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back.
Our biggest thing is getting the word out, awareness of Mission 22, the struggle as it is to fight PTSD and suicide. My name is Corey Decker. I'm the state representative for Mission 22. The issue has been great. We got a bunch of great guys that have gotten together and decided to create this rally. The word's getting out, and it's turning into quite an event where we can actually help a lot of veterans. It's a great event, but you really have to go and see it for yourself, and it's really one of those things that's an experience. That just going that weekend, we've seen how it changes people.
When people hear Till Valhalla Project, the first thing they might think of is our shirts. But what most people don't know is that our plaques came first and the t-shirts came second. What some people might not know is that the same shirts that we make day in and day out allowed us to do unbelievable things for unbelievable people. Whether it's donating our proceeds to reduce veteran suicide or gifting handcrafted memorial plaques to the families of fallen heroes, these t-shirts simply stand for honor and freedom. Two words that wouldn't exist without our heroes. This makes Till Valhalla Project a place where fallen heroes truly live on forever.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to go feature racing. 30 laps. Hopefully it doesn't take as long as the 15 laps of the Consi, but we're about to find out. All right, drivers, 30 laps to get it done. Let's have some patience. Put on a great show for your fans who are all out cheering you on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Braden Carter, Michael Carter on the front row. Caden Berry and Dylan DeWert in row number 2. Cale Smith, Anthony Morano in 3. Andrew Harley, Kelly Wheeler in 4. Luke Hines, Jesse Ingram in 5. Donald Ingram, Anthony Marfulio in row number 6. Clay Christopherson, Gavin Chatham in row number 7. Jack Clevenger, Chris Cox in 8. Michael Vitale, Logan Wentz in 9. Randy Shreves, Randall Dixon in row number 10. Sam Bachman, Jason Haynes in row number 11. Anthony Vitale Jr. and James Ingram round out your full field of 25 drivers. CSC front row, we saw this song and dance in the 358 modifieds. Caden Berry and Dylan DeWert. We saw DeWert try to work his way past the 15 earlier. Couldn't quite get it done. We'll see if he cannot change that. Hard Charger, the 12 car, that's Caden Berry on the inside of the second row. He'll try to get by those 2 cars in front of him. You got 3 FTM cars in the top 6, 2 FTM cars in the top 6, and a Wyobi driver.
God bless you.
Can't quit coughing. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Try to cut out the mic as best I can. Might be a NyQuil night.
Those are the best.
Oh, sleep like a baby. Braden Carter, Michael Carter on the front row, gonna take us to the green flag. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 laps at USA Speedway. Probably our last visit ever in the Pro Late model. Green flag is out. We are underway. Braden Carter, Michael Carter, take us to the green flag. You got Cale Smith on the grass. Cale Smith in the 115. He took a brief look underneath the 12 car of Caden Berry. Berry in P3, Dylan DeWert on the outside in the 20. The cars are not bouncing like the 358, so that's good to see. Cale Smith in P number 6. Kelly Wheeler in the 011 in P7. Coming into 3 and 4. Jesse Ingram in the caution comes out. Not sure why. I don't see it on my board.
Yeah, Marvulio hit the... There's a little lip that sticks out, almost like a backstretch entrance. Obviously, we don't use that on iRacing, but Marvulio hit it. Car went up on 2 wheels into turn 3 and snapped the right front off.
So the 238 of Anthony Marvulio will go in for a little bit of work on that machine. Coming out of pit road, as is James Ingram, getting some repairs. They'll get back in the race. Don't forget, mark your calendars. February 16th is the $1,000 Dash for Cash. We'll post that on our Facebook page, and I am sure we keep track of that on our webpage, fnlrl.com. If you go to the bottom of the standings tab, you'll see who is in the Dash for Cash currently. You got to race in at least 10 weeks of the season to be eligible. So we don't have drivers coming in just for that big money. Back under green, Braden Carter at the front of the field. Michael Carter slides to the outside. Caden Berry, the youngster out of Virginia. Let's go on board and see what it looks like from Caden Berry as Michael Carter gets in front of the youngster. Caution comes back out once again. Randy Shreves, I see, possibly. Oh, Chris Cox. Holy smoke, something happened to the 515.
Yeah, Luke Hines got a little squirrely off of turn 2, and as he was in the middle of saving it.
Yeah, holy smokes. Destroys the 515. Clayton's going to go watch Caden run the sprint car this year.
Yeah, I'll be.
Possibly.
The goal is to be in New Hampshire for his flat track, for the flat track out there when the 360s go into town. So
That'll be pretty cool.
we're hoping to go support him. Caden has obviously never met me in real life, so if there's a super aggressive guy messing around with him in the pits, it's more than likely me when it comes that weekend, because I will be approaching him as another ticked off driver, and we'll see how he responds.
A little bit of training for future.
Yeah, who
And
knows
you know,
what
I
we'll
think
throw
that's
at
what's so important on iRacing also, Clayton, is these young drivers that are getting races and they get to give interviews. And I think it's a great place to not only practice your craft, practice all of the other stuff also by interviewing and talking to drivers. I think iRacing is just, it's a great place, man, for young drivers. And old drivers like me. Michael Carter, Braden Carter, looks like Michael Carter is on the outside getting by the 5 car.
Caution down.
Holy smokes, caution again. Were we single file that time? Just heard in my headset the drivers are asking for single file. Michael Carter's able to take over the lead. Braden Carter P2. Dylan DeWert moves up 1, gets by the youngster out of New Hampshire, Caden Berry. In P4, Cale Smith is in P5. Morano, Wheeler, Harley, Chatham, and Christopherson round out your top 10. Pace truck is off, as is Michael Carter in the 15. Great restart by Michael Carter. Braden Carter in tow. Dylan DeWert runs a little bit lower than Carter. Caden Berry is on the outside. Cale Smith putting pressure. Let's take a look from trackside. Saw that caution coming off of the front bumper of the 66 car. Let's take a look. Jason Haynes. Let's see if my view was accurate. Looks like that's going to be a tough call. The 66 down low. The 10 comes up. That forces the 66 up high. Jason Haynes thought about crossing over. Marfulio with a good run on the high side, tries to sneak by and gets pinched into the wall by the 66.
Yeah, Jason.
66 will get the EOL. So up front, Michael Carter still leading the way. Familiar face at the front of the field. Michael Carter currently has 6 wins so far this year in the Pro Late Models. We've only had 3 different winners in the Pro Late Model division. That's Michael Carter, Braden Carter, and Cale Smith. No other team other than CSC has won a feature race in the Pro Late Models, which is sponsored by Randy Carter Painting. Pace truck is off. Michael Carter back on the loud pedal. Got Braden Carter in tow. Will we have a other than CSC driver win a feature in the Pro Late Models this year? If you're a fan out there, let us know what you think. Caden Berry in the 12 car battling it out. Cale Smith on his rear bumper. Berry running a little higher line than those cars behind him. Anthony Morano, Kelly Wheeler in the 110. Clay Christopherson in the 51 car with Gavin Chatham down low. Still have 2 lanes of racing available. As you can see, Jack Clevenger, Andrew Harley. Looks like the 21 car pushing Andrew Harley in that military tribute ride down the backstretch. Anthony Vitale Jr., Michael Vitale, Randall Dixon, Sam Bachman. Again, like to big shout out to all of our veteran drivers. The 10 car, prior Air Force member, driver out of Georgia. Michael Vitale, another Air Force driver in the 213, driver out of New York. Cale Smith, a Navy member in the 115 out of South Dakota. I would turn the camera on our co-host, Clayton Hack, is active duty Navy up in the booth.
Hello.
I'd like to thank all of our veterans. And I had the pleasure of serving 22 years, 7 months, and 19 days, not that anybody was counting during that time, in the United States Air Force.
Well, clearly you were there, Mr. Joe. Just picked up a new big desk for our office downstairs from a husband and wife who combined served 51 years.
Holy smokes.
Well, he did 32 and she did 19.
You know, yeah. And they say don't put all your eggs in one basket. I am at, let's see, I started in the Air Force in 86. So how many years ago was that? Someone out there do the math. 86 till today.
34.
34 years. So I'm at 34 years with the government. My wife is at 33 years as a civilian with the government. So we have a little bit of government service in us for sure. I will tell you, moving to the national park was different than coming. I was with the Department of Defense until the past 3 years, coming up on 4 years. Boy, what a difference that was. Pace truck is off. We're back underway. Michael Carter at the point. Lap 12 of 30. Braden Carter dialing to work. Now the 12 car, Caden Berry, driver out of New Hampshire, is getting racy. He's not going to wait around much longer. He pulls up alongside the 20 car of dialing to work. Ryobi battling out FTM at the front of the field. Berry trying to get that bottom to work. You can see the corner exit of 4 is getting a little bit slick. Berry loses a little bit of momentum. Cale Smith pulls up to the rear bumper of the 12 car. Anthony Morano in the 32 car. Kelly Wheeler, Clay Christopherson in the 51. Logan Wentz back in 9th. He's up 9 positions from the start in that 0-18 ride. Gavin Chatham is up 4. Jack Clevenger in the 78 is up 4. Anthony Vitale Jr. in that 21, driver out of New York. He's moved up 10 from the start. Michael Vitale is tucked in behind that 21. Actually, he's running low. Brothers running high. Randall Dixon in the 0-1-1. Luke Hines in the 17. Chris Cox is back in the race in the 515. Jesse Ingram in the 777 with Jason Hines on his rear bumper. Anthony Marfulio battling a damaged race car, but determined to finish. No right fender on that 238 machine. Something to keep in mind once the leaders, now Michael Carter battling it out. Now the track is starting to bounce. You can see the front end of that 15 car. That's going to change the handle on these rides. Braden Carter tucking in. It looked like the 12 car, Caden Berry, may have got into that outside wall.
Caden's hands are busy in the cockpit. Braden Carter watched both of them the last few laps from the interior. We might have another caution here. Jason Haynes going to get it wound back up, it looks like.
40 car, those are the leaders behind you, sir. Please hold your line. 40 car, those are the leaders. Hold your line. As they are starting to work lap traffic, Michael Carter gets by. Top 2 starting to pull away from 3 and 4. As Caden Berry is able to clear the 20 car. Will the youngster have anything for the top 2? We saw Berry make a last lap pass in the last race. Will we see another last lap pass from that 12 car? Up front, we're getting racy. Braden Carter looking underneath the 15 of his dad as the 15 blinked out there for a minute. Michael Carter up high. Braden Carter down low. Michael Carter at the line. Side by side. Coming to the flag stand. Michael Carter holds on to the lead. Braden Carter in P2. Clayton, you'd think these two racing so hard together that the rest of the field would catch them, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Well, caution's going to come out here for Anthony Vitale Jr.
Let's take a look. Anthony Vitale Jr. involved in that 21 machine.
So everybody's going to catch the front 2 here.
Oh, like the 21 just got hit the bump at corner entrance. Hits the slick patch into the outside wall. He goes.
Marvulio must have already used his fast repair. This is the third caution in a row. He's sitting on pit road.
Michael Vitale and the 78 of Jack Clevenger putting on a good show farther back in the field. Up front, it's the Carters at the front of the field. They're bringing the driver out of New Hampshire to their rear bumper. Not sure that's something they wanted to do. Don't count out Dylan DeWert in that 20 FTM ride either. And Cale Smith is right there. So stacked top 5. Anthony Morano just outside of the top 5 in that 32. Kelly Wheeler, Logan Wentz, Clay Christopherson, Gavin Chatham, your top 10. Any of the top 10 could win on lap 23 of 30.
Aiden Berry caught the wall off of turn 2. Cale Smith at his door. One of them. Man, how do you think that dinner at the table would be if Braden gets into Michael and they both tangle here? Oh, Braden might have to eat outside if that's the case. Yeah, you know he's in the Navy. It might be illegal for us to do it as the broadcasters.
Yeah, maybe. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen,
NFL
I was muted there. My apologies. Chief Wisen out in Florida put $50 on Cale Smith to get by the 12 car. If Cale Smith is able to make the pass, $50 to the Chief. If Cale can't get by Caden Berry, someone else gets $50. So we got some skin in the game.
All that
TJ Hart.
Braden Carter passed Pops coming to the white flag.
Yes, he did. Braden Carter coming off of 4. Takes the white flag. Braden Carter, Michael Carter, Caden Berry. Chief, that 115 has one lap to get it done. Gets on the grass. They're not done yet. Michael Carter, this might be a battle. He's going to go on the inside. Will he push him up the track? Yikes, that's close. Carter and Carter at the line. Top 3 start finish line, please. Top 3 start finish line. No interviews if you're in the 360 race. We ask that you get there as quickly as possible. Good run to the flag, gentlemen. Well done. Michael Carter holds off, or Braden Carter holds off Michael Carter. Caden Berry. I can make that work. Good run, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 358 modifieds. We got your nightcap coming up here momentarily. That is the 360 sprint cars. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have those 360 sprint cars. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at your nightcap, the 360 sprint cars, right back at USA. getting ready to call the cars off the track as soon as we make sure all the drivers that want in are in. It looks like it's going to be another packed house. We'll give them a few more minutes. Sean Stevens currently at the top of the board in that 56. We got Australia, 2 cars at the top of the board. Sean Stevens and Heath Dyke. Matt Grimm is back with us. Matt Grimm will receive a feature EOL for some contact last week at the review.
What's that?
Looks like we got a full field. 21, 5, 6, 7, 28 drivers. All drivers clear the track. All drivers clear the track, please. All right, drivers, welcome to 360 Sprint Cars. Tonight has been a long night, hoping for better results out of the 360 Sprint Cars. I will not go over the rules. Anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns? Now would be the time. None heard. We'll advance to qualifying. I wish you all the best of luck. All right, Clayton, 360 Sprint Cars. What do we got?
Hopefully a multi-lane racetrack like we've seen the last few. Sprint cars are known for being hard to pass, so that kind of trait plus the bumps that we've seen tonight, we might have a hairy feature and a consi by the time I get these thing burned in the way it's gonna burn in.
Yeah, Matt Grimm with a feature EOL, so that will that may play into the mix. Anthony Vitale Jr. out on track in that 21 ride. Gavin Chatham is back with us. Gavin Chatham has 3 victories in the 360 Sprint car. Jesse Ingram in the lucky 777. Caden Berry in the 12 car, waiting for first times to come. Chris Cox in the 515. James Ingram in that 40 ride. Driver out of Georgia is back with us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. It's been a long night. Greatly appreciate everyone for sticking around. Again, I hope everybody is safe and warm. with all the storms going by. Anthony Marfulio, top of the board, 19.495. Didn't last long. Caden Berry with your quick time, 19.328 for the 12 car. That'll move Marfulio to P2. Anthony Morano with a 19.768. Jason Hines moves up to P3 in the 66 with a 19.636 for Haynes. Anthony Morano, Chris Cox, P5. Matt Grimm, the 91, moves up to second quick. Now Gavin Chatham, top of the board in the 24 with a 19.283 for Chatham. The 56 of Randy Shreves with a 19.543 puts him in the top 5. Jack Clevenger, Sean Stevens, the 26. He was quickest in practice. Let's see how the 26 can do. The driver out of Tasmania, Australia, out on track. Coming off of turn 4 for his first timed lap. Where will the 26? Looks like his first lap was 19.666. He moves up to P4. 19.403 for Sean Stevens. Waiting on Heath Dyke to come out of the pits. The 40 car. That's James Ingram. 21.289. Good enough for 25th quick. Jack Clevenger in the 78 shuts it down. 10th quick, 19.776. Waiting on Donovan Ross and Heath Dyke to take their timed laps. It looks like they may not make it, however. Gavin Chatham currently at the top of the board. Clayton Chatham with 3 victories so far this season. Can't make it to the Dash for Cash because he hasn't raced in enough races, but the 24, pretty stout in a 360 sprint car.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavin's, man, he's almost fast in anything he gets in, at least in Friday Night Lights. Everything I've seen him in, we're talking about him or talking to him almost once a week in one of the series. He's definitely not one to take lightly. Coming in here and setting a lap time almost a 10th quicker than Caden Berry. Gavin means business tonight, and we're about to see it.
Heat 1 of the grid. Heat 1 of the grid, please. Gavin Chatham, Sean Stevens on the front row. Jason Haynes, Jack Clevenger in row number 2. Dylan DeWert, Brandon Aylesworth in row number 3. Clay Christopherson, Logan Wentz in 4. James Ingram rounds out your field of 9 drivers. All right, drivers, you got 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Congratulations, Gavin Chatham, with tonight's quick time. Gavin Chatham, Sean Stevens on the front row. Clevenger and Haynes behind him. Lights are off on the pace truck. We will go green this time by. Green flag is out. We are underway. Chatham and Sean Stevens on the front row. Chatham will slide it in, goes over the grass, upsets that car a little bit. That will give the advantage to Sean Stevens and Jack Clevenger. He slides on by on the outside in that 78. Sean Stevens checks way out. Gavin Chatham, Jack Clevenger, Jason Haynes, your top 4. Brandon Aylesworth in the 41. Dylan DeWert in the 20. Boy, these guys at the front of the field mean business, Clayton.
Yeah, they most certainly do. I'm watching them from a static camera, TV static channel, and man, these guys are flying by right now. Clevenger giving Chatham a little bit of pressure right there in third. See if Chatham can maybe pull away a little bit and run down Stevens.
Yeah, Gavin Chatham able to recover. Man, that 78 car went by like he was on rails on the high side. Jason Haynes in P4. That is your final transfer driver. Top 4 starting to pull away from the field a little bit. Brandon Aylesworth in the 41. Dirt Track Bank entry. Clay Christopherson in the 51. James Ingram in the 41. Logan Wentz did not make the call to grid.
Man, you could not fit. Oh, as soon as I say something, I was just going to compliment Jason Haynes riding 3 inches off the wall max, but he catches the wall there off of 4. Dialing to work, pulling up to his rear tail tank. Hines going to go right back up there and pull away from the 20.
Yes, he did. Sean Stevens at the front of the field on lap 5 of 8. Gavin Chatham, P2. Clevenger, Haynes, as mentioned. Dylan DeWert, my apologies. He's running a little bit lower, kind of a slider line in the 360 sprint car. He pulls up to the rear tail tank. Brandon Aylesworth in that 41 is currently in P6. Up front, 26 car, Tasmania, Australia driver Sean Stevens at the front of the field. Followed by Pennsylvania driver Gavin Chatham. They have separated themselves from the field. Jack Clevenger and Jason Haynes. 2 laps to go. In 8 laps, they caught the back of the field.
Yeah, Sean Stevens going to have a little bit of work to do here. Clevenger's in the wall down the back stretch. Jason Hines going to capitalize.
Dylan DeWert capitalizes. Here we go for the final transfer. I don't know who got it. Jack Clevenger apparently got it.
Dylan DeWert.
Heat 2 to the grid. Heat 2 to the grid, please.
Dylan DeWert got it.
Did he?
Yeah.
All right, drivers, 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Caden Berry, Anthony Marfulio on the front row. Anthony Morano, Gary Offit in row number 2. Kyle Murtagh, Donald Ingram in row number 3. Michael Vitale, Luke Hines in row number 4. Donovan Ross rounds out your field of 9 drivers. Got some names we haven't heard in a while in this one, Clayton.
Yeah, good to see a good buddy of mine, Kyle Marchuk, back here. Been
Marchuk.
wicked fast. Marchuk, yeah.
Donovan Ross. We haven't heard Donovan Ross in a long while. Gary Offit.
I remember Gary. Donovan Ross is a new one to me.
So we got an East Coast front row, the youngster out of New Hampshire. That is Caden Berry on the pole. Anthony Marfulio, my apologies, on the outside. Why do these two have to be in the same heat? Marfulio Morano, got it. 94 of Gary Offit is starting on the outside of row number 2. 8 laps, as you heard. TJ Hart cheering on the 12 car. Rhonda out there wishing the 12 well. We're about to see as the 360 sprint cars take not much time to get by if we can keep the cautions at bay. Saw a lot of posts from Anthony Marfulio in reference to the Chili Bowl. I think Nick Berry told us he would be in a midget next year, I guess. Pace truck will exit this time by, leaving the field to the youngster out of New Hampshire, Caden Berry in the 12 car. Pace truck is off. Ladies and gentlemen, as is heat number 2, we are underway. Berry on the inside with the 238 of Marfulio to his outside. Berry slides up. Marfulio with the advantage off of turn number 2. Put the 238 on the point. Caden Berry settles back in P2. Morano and Gary Offit are your 4 transfer drivers. Donald Ingram in that 10 car. He's the first car on the outside looking in. Vitale Jr. in the 213. Kyle Murchuk in the 06. Luke Hines. Donovan Ross did not make the grid. That didn't take long. Put Caden Berry at the front of the field in the 12 car. Anthony Marfulio falls in line. That didn't look good, but the 2 drivers are able to drive through that. Caden Berry, Marfulio, Morano, and Offit, your top 4. Caution comes out. Michael Vitale involved. You got the 2 East Coast drivers at the front of the field battling it out. It's like Michael Vitale, that right front is not turning. Into the wall he goes. That was from earlier contact. Just slides up out of turn 4. That right front is hurt. Caden Berry at the front of the field. Anthony Marfulio in P2. All restarts in sprint cars are single file. Don't know if we lost Clayton. Clayton, you still with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm having a little hiccup here.
Caden Berry, Marfulio, Morano, and Gary Offit, your top 4. We will go green next time by. Nick Berry out there cheering on Caden. As the field has the pace truck. Restart will be on Caden Berry out of turn 4. Gail cheering on the 12 car as she does every Friday night. Love to see it. Good restart by the youngster. Anthony Marfulio in P2. Anthony Morano. Gary Offit now with a lot of company with the 10 car of Donald Ingram and Merchup in the 06 machine. Caden Berry starting to separate himself from the field as the 12 comes off of turn number 4 with Anthony Marfulio and Anthony Morano behind him. Gary Offit in that 94 car. He is in a transfer. Oh, good move by Morano coming off of turn 4. He's able to slip by the 238. You're not missing anything out front. Caden Berry putting down some quick laps on lap 6 of 8. Morano, Marfulio, Offit, top 4, separated from the field. Donald Ingram needs to close ground quick if he's going to get there. Gary Offit is still a pretty big advantage over that 10 car. 1 lap to go. Caden Berry coming off of turn 4. Going to be another win for the 12 car. Anthony Morano, Marfulio, and Offit, your top 4. Heat 3 to the grid, please. All right, drivers, you got 8 laps to get it done. Top 4 moving on. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Matt Grimm, Randy Shreves on the front row. Chris Cox, Sabrina Smith in row number 2. Jesse Ingram, Sam Bachman in row number 3. Anthony Vitale Jr., Kelly Wheeler in row number 4, and Heath Dyke rounds out your full field of 9 drivers. Looks like Heath Dyke missed his qualifying run. He was second quick in practice. 36-car driver out of Australia will have to start at the rear of the field.
Yeah, I saw Heath come out with about 7 or 8 seconds to go. Definitely not enough time to get an out lap and then a first timed one down at least. So Heath Dyke from the back should be fun.
91 car trying to race his way into the feature, but he will have to start from the rear of the feature due to a protest filed last week. Randy Shreves gets a good run on the outside of Matt Grimm. 56 of Randy Shreves to the point. Sabrina Smith in the 031 and Chris Cox in the 515 are your top 4. Randy Shreves, he might have his hands full with that 91 car. Both of those experts in a sprint car. Sam Bachman in the 007. Jesse Ingram, driver out of Georgia, in the 777 in P6. Heath Dyke, he's been able to move up 2 so far. Can the 36 get up there and make something happen? Vitale Jr. and Kelly Wheeler round out your complete field. Randy Shreves at the front of the field. Matt Grimm closing in ever so slightly. Clayton, I think this is going to make caution comes out. Anthony Vitale Jr. involved. That's excuse me, that's Vitale Jr. down low. 21 car gets a little bit loose going in. You got 36 car on the high side. Slides up, and the 36 car just gets him. So that'll bring the field back together. Randy Shreves, Matt Grimm, Sabrina Smith, Chris Cox, your top 4. It appears that the top 2 in each of the heat races has been able to pull away from the field. So kind of interested in how the feature will be.
Well, one thing's for sure is we'll have a show, an absolute show from Matt Grimm. I know he had an issue last week, you know, a lot of controversy on the incident, but that's behind him. Unfortunately, he's going to be behind everybody in the feature, but if Matt Grimm can lock himself in, which I think he's pretty much going to do so, that 91 is going to be fun to watch through the field.
That's a lot of cars to pass, but yeah, we'll see how that plays out from the back of the field. If he can get some green flag laps, I think he could end up in the front of the field somewhere. Lights are off on the pace truck, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready to go back green. Pace truck is off, leaving the field to Randy Shreves. We are back under green. Shreves, Grimm, Smith, and Chris Cox. That didn't last long. Jesse Ingram involved in a crash. Let's take a peek. That is the 777 right in front of you. Gets into the car in front of him and just checks up and Clayton explaining the start zone to the drivers. If you look on the wall at the apex of 3M4, there's an orange line. Anywhere between there and the second orange line is the start box. You can see it right. I don't know if we'll be able to see it or not. There they are, right there and there. Back under green, Randy Shreves on lap 5 of 8. Shreves, Grimm, Smith, and Cox, your top 4. Sam Bachman in the 007 battling it out with Heath Dyke. Dyke has had to come from the back of the field. He's trying to race his way into the feature. I believe we will have cars heading home. You can see the exit of turn 4 is getting super rough. There's a bump at the exit of turn 4 that can throw the car sideways a little bit.
Yeah, I've hit that in plenty of classes running the top off the wall here. Chris Cox going to catch the wall and bring out the caution.
That'll put the 36 of Heath Dyke into a transfer. Did not qualify, started at the back of his heat. Driver out of Australia is currently in a transfer position. Let's see what happened to Chris Cox. That is not common for the 515. Just gets sideways. That rear tire gets into the outside wall and up he goes. On lap 7 of 9. The 515 goes to pit road. Randy Shreves, Matt Grimm, Sabrina Smith, Heath Dyke, your top 4. Good restart by Shreves. We've got 2 laps to go. Randy Shreves pulling away from Matt Grimm a little bit. Sabrina Smith now, he's holding on to P3 in front of Heath Dyke. The 21 car, that's Anthony Vitale Jr. He is the first car on the outside looking in. Heath Dyke, he hits that bump with 1 to go. That upset that 36 car. Up front, Randy Shreves has a mirror full of the 91. 2 more corners to navigate. It'll be Shreves in front of Matt Grimm and Shreves, Grimm, Smith, and Dyke, your top 4. Consi to the grid. All right, drivers, 15 laps to get it done. Clayton can tell us how many transfer. 12 of you will transfer. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Jack Clevenger, Donald Ingram in row number 1. Anthony Vitale Jr., Brandon Aylesworth in row number 2. Kyle Murtuck, Jesse Ingram in 3. Clay Christopherson, Luke Hines in 4. Sam Bachman, James Ingram in row number 5. Michael Vitale, Chris Cox in row number 6. Logan Wentz, Donovan Ross in row number 7. And Kelly Wheeler rounds out your field of 15 drivers. So we had 3 cars not take to the grid, so these drivers are basically running for their starting position in the feature. Yeah, I heard you. I think we can, we'll have to go into the warm-up, and then I can advance to the next session, I believe. So that's what we're looking at. Drivers are wanting this over. They don't want to run the Consi or the warm-up. So it looks like we will cancel the warm-up somehow. Clayton, I think that'll work. I think we can get into the warm-up and I can advance the session, I believe.
Yes, we can.
Donald Ingram, Jack Clevenger on the front row. Ingram with a little bit of advantage on the high side. Again, everybody transferring, racing for starting position in the feature. Jack Clevenger pulling away from the field. Saw a wreck in the back, I thought. Not sure.
Yeah, Kyle Marchuk blinked out bad there in the corner. Crazy, I've been racing with Kyle quite some time now, and I've never seen him have internet issues, so coast of Florida might be getting some nice heavy rain like it always does.
Jack Clevenger checked out on the field during the early laps there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will not take a break. We'll go into the warm-ups and immediately advance to the feature.
We should be double file for that reason, and I just told them single file. Oh well.
That's all right.
Let's get this over with. Come on, boys.
Waiting for the green flag is Jack Clevenger. He pulled out to a pretty substantial lead. Anthony Vitale Jr., Brandon Aylesworth, Jesse Ingram, Sam Bachman. Looks like that was going to be a battle as the 777 goes way down low. They're able to save it. Maybe. Trying to wreck for a whole lap. Luke Hines, Chris Cox in the 515. Donald Ingram in the 10. Michael Vitale. James Ingram. Donovan Ross is not with us. Up front, Jack Clevenger checking out on the field. I'm not sure what happened to that 78 in his heat race, Clayton, but he might be one to contend here.
Yeah, I've never seen a best that much. He's 9/10 of a second over the field that last time by as the fastest lap of the race. Clevenger's on rails. Going to get even quicker here. Now almost a full second quicker.
The 78 car is getting it. Anthony Vitale Jr., Jesse Ingram in that 777. Brandon Aylesworth, he falls back 1. Chris Cox is up 10 in the 515 machine. Michael Vitale getting a little bit loose, going down low. Jack Clevenger absolutely getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting faster every lap almost. Besides that one he just crossed the stripe, every lap has been a new best for him. He has found something out in that 78 for sure. Seven of Jesse Ingram.
Jack Clevenger, all of that lead erased on lap 11 of 15. Heard James Ingram, was it James Ingram and Jesse? So the Ingram brothers getting into a little bit of a skirmish on the track. We are closing in on your 30-lap nightcap feature. Jack Clevenger has been the class of the Consi so far. We'll see how that plays out. He's going to have to start quite a ways back in the feature, Clayton, so we'll see if he can work his way through traffic. But when he gets out front, that car is quick.
Yeah, top 4 transferring out of the first 3 heats. That's 12, I believe. If he maintains the win right here, he'll be starting 13th. So quite a bit of room, quite a bit of work ahead of him, even with a win right here.
Jack Clevenger coming to us from the Coast to Coast Racing League. We are not an official part of the Coast to Coast Racing League, but we are partners. That's where we came from. Jack Clevenger, Chris Cox, Donald Ingram, Anthony Vitale Jr. in the 21. Michael Vitale, Brandon Aylesworth in the 41. Luke Hines, Sam Bachman, now James Ingram runs into an issue. I'd like to thank everybody for sticking around with us. 10 o'clock, after 10 o'clock on the East Coast. Greatly appreciate everyone out in Virginia and New Hampshire for sticking it out with us. Pennsylvania. Looks like we only have a handful of cars remaining. Jack Clevenger, Chris Cox, Donald Ingram, Michael Vitale Jr., Michael Vitale, Brandon Aylesworth, James Ingram, Luke Hines, TJ Hart watching us from his workbench. Not sure what TJ is working on. From Pennsylvania, I believe, if I remember TJ. Thanks for tuning in, as always, sir. I don't know why I thought Pennsylvania. Be going back green on lap 13 of 15. So we're getting there. Stay with us. I was just thinking, I want to move to West Virginia or Kentucky, Clayton. I go to bed at 8 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock in California. I'm not sure. I might have to stay up a little later. Yes, the pace truck is off. We're back under green. TJ, rebuilding the snowblower seems to be the season for that, sir. And you're out in New Hampshire. My apologies. I don't know why I thought Pennsylvania. Jack Clevenger, Chris Cox, Donald Ingram, Anthony Vitale Jr. Brandon Aylesworth is up to 5th. Makes a little bit of contact with that 21. 2 laps to go. Clevenger coming to the white flag. Clevenger, Cox, Ingram, Vitale, Aylesworth, Anthony Vitale Jr. Aye, that's not going to work. He spins the 41. Jack Clevenger will take the win. Chris Cox battles it out with Donald Ingram. Good run to the end for those drivers. All right, drivers, we're going to skip warm-ups and go right to the feature. So let me advance the session. Good luck. We have advanced. We are coming up on our 30-lap feature. If it let me skip it, I don't think it advanced it.
Yes, you did.
There it went.
There we go.
Feature to the grid, please. All right, drivers, 30 laps to get it done. Let's settle in, put in some good laps here, put on a good show for the fans. Race hard, race clean. Good luck. Sean Stevens, Caden Berry on the front row. Randy Shreves, Gavin Chatham in row number 2. Anthony Morano, Matt Grimm in 3. Jason Haynes, Anthony Marfulio in row number 4. Sabrina Smith, Dylan DeWert in row number 5. Gary Offit, Heath Dyke in 6. Jack Clevenger, Chris Cox in row number 7. Donald Ingram, Michael Vitale in row number 8. Anthony Vitale Jr., Luke Hines in row number 9. James Ingram, Brandon Aylesworth in row number 10. Sam Bachman, Jesse Ingram in row number 11. Kyle Merchuk, I don't know if he made the grid or not, and Clay Christopherson round out your full field of 24 drivers. It's going to be a pretty good battle. You got a Wyobe front row with Sean Stevens and Caden Berry. Randy Shreves and Gavin Chatham behind those two. Matt Grimm will start at the tail end of the field. Green flag is out. We are underway. 30 laps at USA. Caden Berry, Sean Stevens. Berry, they make contact. Yikes. Everyone able to drive away. Caden Berry on the bottom side. Sean Stevens on the high side. Caden Berry for the lead off of 4. It'll be Berry, Stevens, Morano, Randy Shreves, the youngster out of New Hampshire, able to make the pass on lap number 1. Berry off at turn 4. He's got the bottom working. Stevens, Anthony Morano in the 32. Jason Haynes as the caution comes out.
And you take a look at that from Matt Grimm's perspective, the wreck avoidance off the top right there with them two sideways in front of him, diving all the way down to the bottom and able to throttle up to miss the car sliding down.
Let's take
Matt
a peek.
Grimm trying to get to the front, that's for sure.
Let's take a look at that 91 car trying to come from the back of the field. He's working up high with Aylesworth. There's the contact. Chris Cox gets into the 213. Grimm, yikes. They clear. The 91 gets by. Then Vitale's get together, the brothers. Matt Grimm clears all. We are 1 to green. Lights are off on the pace truck. Restart will be on the youngster out of New Hampshire, Caden Berry, at the front of the field. Moved up 1, got past his teammate, the 26 car of Sean Stevens. We are back under green. Shreves ducks to the inside. It'll be Barry at the line. Sean Stevens, P2. Barry running the bottom. We're not used to seeing Caden run down there, Clayton.
No, definitely not. But doesn't look like that 12 car wants to rip the top right now. Just kind of able to pull a little bit of a gap between him and Sean on the bottom. Why not stay down there? And you know, maybe he's just trying to save the top for later on in the race because he knows the bottom's going to be gone. Sean Stevens looks a little bit faster right now. Could be playing a little defense. I know there's a lot that goes through that youngster's mind, but I'm sure he's got it all dialed in as best he can.
Let's take a look from trackside. Here's a look at what the 360 sprint cars at USA. Looks like Caden Berry's about to have company at the front of the field. I saw the 26 car. Teammates trying to settle it. Maybe they're just getting nose to tail to try to separate themselves from Gavin Chatham and Jack Clevenger. Jack Clevenger was on rails. Let's see if that 76 can pick up some speed. Canadian driver, the 66 car of Jason Haynes in P6. Anthony Morano in 7. Heath Dyke in the 36. He's up 4. Brandon Aylesworth is up 9 in the 41, up to P11. Jesse Ingram is... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Caden, Sean, and Gavin have all moved to the very bottom and grabbing a certain patch of moisture, like we saw last week at Lima Land, grabbing moisture and... yeah, just able to drive off both sides of the track right now on the bottom.
40 car, those are the leaders behind you, sir. 40 car, those are the leaders. Hold your line. 21 car, those are the leaders behind you, sir.
Caution though.
Like Heath Dyke may have been involved. Heath Dyke and Matt Grimm. Oh, right in front of the 41. The 36 car, Matt Grimm throws the 91. That's the black and green car. Looks like Heath Dyke just catches that left or right rear, and that sends the 36 into the outside wall. Meanwhile, up front, Caden Berry still leading. Sean Stevens in P2. Gavin Chatham, Jack Clevenger. Rhonda, TJ, Nick out there cheering on that 12 car, the youngster out of New Hampshire. Caden Berry, Sean Stevens, Gavin Chatham, your top 3. Jack Clevenger is on the outside looking in. Lap 11 of 30. Pace truck is off. We're back underway. Lap 11 of 30. Berry, Stevens, Chatham, Clevenger, Haynes, your top 5.
Oh, they're going to tangle.
Shreves and 238 got into each other. Caution comes out.
Yeah, 56 is going to go down. Has a little bit of a run on Anthony Morano. Just drives down into the side of Anthony Morano. What's the other? Marvulio. Holy cow.
Now you got my problems. Randy Shreves to the back of the field in the 56.
I think that might be one of the first times I've ever said that all in a sentence. 56 EOL. That's not common. Tough break for Shreves as he's going to disconnect and call it a night.
Yeah, USA has definitely not been friendly to us, for sure. Not to only us, but a lot of drivers also.
No, I'm ready to file divorce papers on USA Speedway for sure. Done with this one. We're running out of stuff to talk about. We're going to have to start narrating the Chili Bowl or something.
Yes, we are indeed. Sean Stevens and Caden Berry still at the front of the field. YOB Racing, youngster out of New Hampshire. Take a look at the standings and where these gentlemen quick peek. Caden Berry has 2 wins currently in the league. He's second in points. Sean Stevens has 1 win, and he's 8th in points in the sprint car division. Pace truck will exit this time by. Again, if you want to look at our standings, who's in the dash for cash, and any info, fnlrl.com. Caden Berry, good restart by the youngster. Sean Stevens in P2. Everyone's still working the bottom. Berry got a little bit of a loose there. Gavin Chatham, Jason Haynes, Jack Clevenger, and that's 78. Nobody going up high. There goes Morano to the high side.
Oh, Shinzo.
Matt Grimm making his appearance in the top 10.
Matt Grimm hitting pit road. Gonna try from the back a second time with a fresh race car. I know the incident before him, or before that one, I should say, with Randy Shreves and Marv Julio. Matt Grimm was right behind it and tagged it after they got together, so might have been fighting a little bit of damage. Didn't quite notice it maybe until he got to really moving in that car. But
Matt Grimm in the 91 dives to pit road to get some repairs. So he gives away one of his top 10 positions. Caden Berry still at the front of the field. Sean Stevens, P2, front of the field, gets nose to tail. Let's go through the field and see where we are racing. Sabrina Smith. Looks like that's the 06 of Merchuck.
Sabrina Smith and Donald Ingram are going to get together.
Oh,
Can they keep
Ingram
going?
Did he keep going? I didn't see.
They did. They did.
The 21 car gets a little bit loose underneath the 031 of Sabrina Smith. They're able to keep going. Luke Hines, Donald Ingram in the 10 car is tucked in behind Gary Offit as the caution comes back out. Michael Vitale involved. Let's take a look.
Anthony Vitale spins on his own here. Michael
I
Vitale.
didn't see any contact there. The 36 car slides by and then Vitale goes around.
Yeah, he cleared him. I think he might have spooked him. Definitely not somewhere you expect, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Michael's darn near on the bottom himself, and man.
So we made it halfway. If you're out there, let us know you're still out there watching.
Matt Graham, one spot out of a top 10 already again.
So the 91 coming through the field well. Be interested to see if he can make it up to the front of the field. Wyobe currently 1-2. Gavin Chatham, who has 3 feature wins in the 360 sprint cars. Jack Clevenger, a new name to the top. Randy Carter still out there watching.
Everybody to the bottom in one except that 91 of Matt Grimm, who's going to make it work, possibly. No, he'll fall back behind Heath.
Find Matt Grimm on the track. That's the 91 car. He's up high. He's following Morano. Morano gets a little bit loose on the high side. Hit a big bump up there. That top side is going to get super rough, as we saw in the 358. Matt Grimm not wasting any time. Up front, Caden Berry, Sean Stevens, and Gavin Chatham rolling the bottom. Sean Stevens swings to the outside a little bit quicker than did Caden Berry. Gale is out there. Randy Carter. Rhonda out there. TJ still with us, cheering on that 12 car. Matt Grimm in the top 10. Heath Dyke in the top 10.
Man, the center of 1 and 2 has so much bite for the 91 right now. Drove around Dylan like he was tied to a stump. Caution
comes back out.
21. Take a look. Yeah, just spins in front of Luke Hines there.
Nowhere for Hines to go in that. So lap 20 of 30. Hopefully my voice holds out another 11. That'll be the 21-second EOL for the night, so he's done. You can see as the cars roll over the high side of 4, there is a bump. And you can see the cars go over it slow. When you go over it fast, it feels like you're launched. Back under green, lap 21 of 30. Front group, oh, Marfulio getting racy up front. He tries to get underneath the 66. They touch, they're able to drive away. That is a battle. Oh, Chatham gets loose.
In front of the...
Yikes, Marfulio goes around. Ah.
Man, what happened to 24? Oh, he clipped the inside wall.
Let's rewind that and see. Is the just gets down in the grass. Oh, touches the wall right there. He gets out of the throttle. He bumps the 78 and just didn't have everyone coming off at turn 4 with a full head of steam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 22 of 30 complete. We've been at it for hour after hour. Pace truck will exit on lap 22 of 30. Sean Stevens, MP2. Jack Clevenger, he moves the 78 up into a podium position. Don't look now. Here comes the 91 of Matt Grimm on the high side. Matt Grimm has moved up to P6. Caden Berry at the front of the field with his teammate Sean Stevens in tow. They're still running that bottom line. Who is the first car on the high side? It is Matt Grimm on the high side. That is the first driver that is trying the high side on lap 25 of 30. Matt Grimm from the back of the field is trying to come to the front. We got 5 laps to see if he can't make that happen. Caden Berry and Sean Stevens content to run the bottom, the Wyobe drivers. They have pulled away from Jack Clevenger.
And that 91 hitting the bump off of 4 is gut-wrenching every time, and he's able to just hold a steady hand and continue to hit it.
Yeah, that's insane. That throws the car so out of whack. It's just insane. Now Clevenger goes up for a bit of a block. Clevenger won his first podium. On lap 28 of 30, Caden Berry is Sean Stevens waiting for the last lap to put pressure on the youngster out of New Hampshire. New Hampshire versus Australia at the front of the field. They still have Grimm. Don't look now. Matt Grimm in the top 3.
We get a caution with 2 to go right here. I mean, Matt's got a half a track to hope for something, but last to a podium finish.
To the white flag. There will not be a caution. Caden Berry, Sean Stevens, 1 lap to go. Sean Stevens moves to the high side. He's moving up to where Grimm is running. Can Sean Stevens make something happen? Caden Berry's going to stick to the bottom. Sean Stevens goes back down low. The youngster out of New Hampshire coming off of 4. Caden Berry, Sean Stevens, Matt Grimm, your top 3. Top 3 start finish line, please. Top 3 start finish line. And my voice is officially gone. Whew. We'll get a word with your top 3, a real quick word. Matt Grimm comes from the back of the field, feature EOL, and puts the 91 on the podium. Good run. Caden Berry led almost flag to flag. Sean, can you pull? That'll work. I can make that work. Don't forget to go up for your interviews, fellas. If you'll grab Matt Grimm, Clayton, I'll get the replay set up here for short interviews.
Hey, Matt, is Clayton in the booth? You get me?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Man, say what you want about last week and the penalty and all that, but dude, way to overcome, way to finish on a podium through all that. I believe 2 pit stops for you for a fast repair, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a to the back and a pit stop. But you were back there a few times, man. Got all the way to a podium finish. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I just had to try and be patient and work my way around some of them guys that are back there, and I got all the way up to 7th, I think, and then yeah, Shreves and somebody got together, and then I climbed over Shreves, and it broke the whole front of the car off. So I tried to just stay out there and see what happened, but it was just too bad. So I had to go all the way to the back again, and so I think there was still like 23 cars. So to get a podium and keep the streak going was pretty good.
Yeah, great drive, man. No matter what happened, props to you. Who do you got to thank on that 91 for the win? Or, sorry, for the podium. My apologies.
Just thanks to you guys for everything you do to make this league happen and all the work you put into it. And congrats to the two guys up front. I was coming.
Yeah, you certainly were, man. Great run, and hopefully we'll be talking to you again next week.
Sounds good.
Sean Stevens in the 26 machine starts on pole, falls back one, but it's to his teammate. He brings the 26 home with another podium. Sean, this is Joey. Got me?
Yeah, mate, I certainly do. How are you going?
It's a long night, but man, you kept up front with Caden. How was the track?
Yeah, no, definitely a long night. A lot of cautions out, and I would have liked a bit more green flag run. Yeah, no, the track was definitely gone. I just felt like there was nothing up the top, so I didn't even bother trying up there until like later on in the race. I thought there might have been a little bit of momentum coming out of 1 and 2 maybe. But nah, 3 and 4 was definitely the bottom. If you get real tight to the bottom, keep car straight, easy on the throttle, you can't be wrong. It's just a matter of getting the rhythm down pat and just being smooth with it.
Yeah, so another great night for that 26 man. You got it done for the team out of Australia. Who do you want to thank on that ride for your podium finish?
Just all the sponsors on the car: Stingray Rock Tools, CNC Race Designs, Speed Factory. You guys for putting on the show. Caden for his good run. He does it every time he jumps on track. You can't fault him. Yeah, Matt, good podium too, and good charging through the field, coming from last place to snatch up a podium. That was a hell of a run by him. And yeah, you guys putting on the show.
Yeah, man, great run. We'll see you next week.
Certainly will.
All right, man.
Caden, this is Clayton up in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Man, you didn't quite start taking the green flag up front, but man, by God, the end of lap 1, you certainly were flag to flag in my book. 30 straight laps led. How'd you get it done in the 12, buddy?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, we took the first corner and accidentally got into Sean. I don't know if he came down or not, but no, it was just tight racing there and accidentally got into him, so felt bad for that. But no, and then after that, I just started rolling the bottom and actually fell on the bottom was faster. I didn't think it was going to be much faster, but I was looking at field too, and I was only 3 laps over. And once you run the top for about a lap or two, I mean, you're already down to like 24 laps left, so it kills your laps there. But just decided to run the bottom, and it actually worked out, and it was 10 times faster than top.
Yeah, buddy, you seem to thrive when the pressure's really on. Are you hoping for a little bit more of a green flag run there, or did you not really mind with all the cautions?
I wish we had a green flag run there. It's just nights are getting a lot longer for sure. It's crazy to say that we're actually better on quarter miles or whatever. We're actually a little bit more cleaner and actually get the night done a little bit faster. But no, overall it was still a good race, with all 3 divisions. But no, I just think we should definitely, I don't know, man, maybe kick some people. I'm not sure, but I don't know.
Yeah, man, definitely a lot to think about. It'll get situated and we'll figure something out. But nonetheless, you put on a great run in that 12. Another feature win for you here. That'll help for sure in the points. Who do you got to thank on that 12 ride?
First off, I gotta thank God and gotta thank YLB, my mom and dad, my nan and grandpa. Gotta thank TJ, my great grandmother Cece, and my Grammy rider. Then I also gotta thank Cataclysm Computers, CNC Racing Design, Speed Factory, LCJ Carpentry, Stingray Rock Tools Australia, and also gotta thank you and Joe in the booth.
Awesome. Well, congrats on another win there, buddy.
Oh yeah, also Keep Digging. I gotta thank them too for giving me some merch there. Gotta really appreciate them.
Yeah, man, you deserve every bit of it, buddy. Hopefully we'll be talking to you again next week.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. There's Friday night, week 11. I'd like to thank you all for sticking around and tuning in. And until next time, I can't remember where we're at, to be honest with you. But until next time, we'll see you.
History repeats itself. History is always happening over and over again. So one of the ways to stop a theme, one of the ways to stop something from reoccurring is to first of all admit it. It didn't take long for us to quickly realize that there was power behind Mission 22, power behind its brand, power behind its message, and power behind its people that represented it.
All right, my friends, day 19 of 22, the 22-day push-up challenge. Day 19 means 418 men and women have possibly committed suicide in the last 19 days. I went and looked up my ship, the USS Rushmore. More people who have killed themselves by now than ever served on our ship at one time in just 19 days.
19, 20, 21. One more. Y'all ready for the last one?
Mission 22 has become a decentralized nationwide effort to show love, to raise money, to be available for other warriors, to be able to be a point of contact, to let the warriors know, but also for warriors to let other warriors know that there is a community. You're not alone. This isn't happening in silence. You're not forgotten. You know, we brought 4 veterans from all different parts of the United States and brought them together to hike through the state of Oregon.
May God bless you on your journey. Thank you for serving our country and for being willing to go on this walk. I'm praying you feel peace and strength with each mile.
You know, on this hike, some folks found God, some folks remained sober, some folks lost a significant amount of weight to be able to participate. And not so much just a healing walk for us as warriors, but for us to contribute to other people's healing. You know, this hike, we raised $12,000 for endobiogeny. Some of the folks on this hike, you know, they're going to be volunteers for this treatment. And I couldn't be more pleased and more proud because it was difficult. We had a lot of struggles. Not everything on this hike went pretty, you know, but we put some skin in the game. At the end of the day, we were able to raise money and we'll be able to use that money so guys can get the treatment that they need. The War at Home Monument is an example of our social impact, of our awareness, of our permanent fixture to do the work that we can't always do, to always remind us of what we've lost and what we will lose if we don't reconcile it. What we've done is taken 20 different veterans with their families' permission and used them as a silhouette to cut out of a 3,000-pound plate of steel. These warriors are placed in a V, and this is to show the size of the problem. This is to show the empty space they leave behind. And it's also to be a constant reminder of what happens when we don't listen to the stories of the warriors that fought in our name. Because it's not okay. It's not okay that everyone didn't know about veteran suicide. It's not okay that these things were a secret or left unsaid, or that it was shameful. It's not okay that it's shameful to suffer alone and suffer in silence, because if you ask for help, that you're no longer a warrior, that you're weak.
Yeah. So I come back and I thought everybody else changed. So I pushed my family away. And it took a long time to really realize it because I didn't want to look internally. You know, I got my Class A CDL and hit the road. I was on the road for about 8 years trucking. And this makes me think about how insignificant all of the major things going on are. I mean, what, 1 million years ago, that blew up. And, you know, over time became this.
Whether it's hiking mountains or building monuments, it takes a community to heal a warrior. Warriors didn't get damaged and didn't become separated from the sunlight of the spirit on their own. It happened in the name of this nation. We can change the way we think about war, how we think about warriors, how we think about ourselves, and what we think we're going to do in the American community. We can do it now. We can do it here. And there's going to be another generation of warriors coming. We can set the tone to create a culture that grabs them up and loves them and smothers them in resources, in opportunity, right now. History repeats itself. History is always happening over and over again. So one of the ways to stop a theme, one of the ways to stop something from reoccurring is to first of all admit it. It didn't take long for us to quickly realize that there was power behind Mission 22, power behind its brand, power behind its message, and power behind its people that represented it.
All right, my friends, day 19 of 22, the 22-day push-up challenge. Day 19 means 418 men and women have possibly committed suicide in the last 19 days. I went and looked up my ship, the USS Rushmore. More people who have killed themselves by now than ever served on our ship at one time in just 19 days.
19, 20, 21. One more. Y'all ready for the last one?
Mission 22 has become a decentralized nationwide effort to show love, to raise money, to be available for other warriors, to be able to be a point of contact, to let the warriors know, but also for warriors to let other warriors know that there is a community. You're not alone. This isn't happening in silence. You're not forgotten. You know, we brought 4 veterans from all different parts of the United States and brought them together to hike through the state of Oregon.
May God bless you on your journey. Thank you for serving our country and for being willing to go on.